Two screens light up justice calling from sweet and cold and Great Lakes falling. Educating fools, real talk streaming. Truth and laughter, crime redeeming. Raise your glass to law and jest. Trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears. Through the humor, through the tears. Michigan draw cutting sharp like ice. Swedish fire burns, truth precise. Shot of whiskey, sip of gin. Rules of justice we begin. Raise your glass to law and jest. Trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears. Through the humor, through the tears. Bang the gavel, crack the screen. Courtroom chaos in between. Wine and laughter, we all bleed. Streaming trials, feeding need. Layers of law, peeling truth bare. Last for a while, do we even care? Chip on shoulder, beer in hand again. Together on this shaky stand. Raise your glass to law and jest. Trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears. Through the humor, through the tears.
All right, and welcome to the dual MLS Making Law Simple and Nick Staroff trial stream of Christopher Schurr, Michigan v. Christopher Schurr, to be exact. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Nick will be joining us shortly. He is on his way back from work. In the meantime, we have, we'll talk a little bit about the case if you haven't heard about it yet and you don't know what's going on. We'll give you sort of a little primer, and then we will trial stream should be picking up in about 10 minutes or so. So today is day one of the Michigan v. Christopher Schurr trial. The jury has been seated. They were seated mostly white. That was pointed out in the news, mostly white. If you don't know, this is a white cop in Grand Rapids that shot and killed a black suspect in 2022. So the fact that the jury is mostly white was of note to the news anyways, you know, that sort of climate. And but we're gonna watch this trial and we're gonna see where this is. Nick and I have been talking, and we brought Branca on last week to talk about this a little bit. Andrew Branca, the self-defense expert, throughout the nation, self-defense expert. He believes technically this would be self-defense. Now, I've watched this video a few times. I'm not convinced. I feel like the defense is going to have to work fairly hard to convince the jury. And I know it's not on them, right? The state still bears the burden of proving that it wasn't self-defense. But when you're on top of the guy and you shoot him in the back of the head, it's kind of hard to claim self-defense just watching the videos. But we will see. I'm curious to see how the opening statement for the defense, anyways. I know what the opening statement for the state's going to be, and hopefully it's not boring, but I know what they're going to say. And but I'm really curious to see what the opening defense for the or opening statement for the defenses. And welcome, Zach. Yes, horse milk. We all love it. We all love to drink it. It does a body good. Thank you for being here, sir. Even though, you're you. Lefty, welcome. And look at Jung. Hey, what'd you guys think of that intro video? I've been playing around with it. It's still a work in progress. But I kind of like it as a dual stream video for Nick and I. I think it does well. And you know what? I'm being distracted because I have the stream's all open and the video's playing. So I'm seeing myself on like a 10-second delay off out of the corner of my eye. So I'm going to close that down. There we go. And we have Vicky. I don't know you, Vicky, but welcome. I think you're over on Nick's channel. But welcome. Nick will be here shortly. And 30-minute time delay for the trial. Is there a 30-minute time delay? I am looking at Fox 2 News out of Detroit, and their stream is supposed to start in about 8 minutes. So maybe it is, because I spoke with the court on Wednesday or Thursday, and they said trial was starting at 8:30. So in theory, it should be going. So maybe the stream is on a 30-minute time delay, which is interesting. Courts have been doing that now. They did that with the Lori Vallow one, and I'm not sure what its purpose is. Like, I don't like it, but I understand why the first Lori Vallow trial was released after the entire day's testimony was done. I kind of understand that thinking. I don't agree with it, but why the 30-day or 30-minute delay? That makes no sense to me. It's Michigan, duh. Oh, by the way, for any of you all on my channel that have been following the chicken saga, the new chickens have been introduced to the big chickens. And if you don't know me either, I'm an attorney, licensed, yet streaming out of a treehouse above a chicken coop. So if you hear chickens going crazy in the background during the stream, it's because they're getting to know each other. And if is Nosy in here? I gotta give the sad news to Nosy, who's in our chat. There is a chicken named after her, and unfortunately, that chicken turned out to be a rooster, and is gonna have to go. We can't have roosters. You don't know anything about this case. All right, so let's talk about this case. All right, so this is the preliminary examination. That's not a good video to pull up. All right, but let's talk about the overall. In April of 2022, Christopher Schurr is a Grand Rapids police officer. He spots a vehicle and runs the tag and realizes that the tag, the license plate, is not associated with the vehicle itself. So he initiates a traffic stop. Now, unbeknownst to the officer, the guy pulls over right in front of his house. He immediately gets out of his vehicle, which is something you don't do in Michigan. I know some states you do it, but apparently it's very rare even in other states. But he got out of his vehicle. The officer immediately told him to get back into his vehicle. He didn't listen. Then the officer asked him for his registration, told him that the plates didn't match. And the guy, who I don't think English is his first language, but he claimed to understand English. And from all investigation, I believe he understood English. Pretended to be aloof, not really understanding what was going on. Then the officer attempted to have him put his hands against the hood, I believe, or against the vehicle when the suspect took off. And I say suspect because I always forget his name and I don't want to get it wrong. So he started running across his front yard, and the officer tackled him to the ground and attempted to pull out his taser. The second he pulled out his taser, the suspect put his hand on the taser. Now, it was reported in the news that the individual was unarmed. It's my opinion, and I believe the law's opinion, that once he grabbed the officer's taser, he was armed. So there's about a 3-minute struggle for the taser. You can hear the cop keep saying, let go of the taser, let go of the taser. It actually discharges several times. And there's no indication that I've heard yet that one of the discharges actually hit the officer, but that could be an argument that's made in this case. But either way, the suspect has the has the taser in his hand. Both the officer and the suspect do for about 3 minutes, and they're struggling. At one point, then the suspect is on his stomach with the taser underneath him, and you can see the officer reaching underneath and holding onto that taser while he's on the suspect's back. Then the officer releases his left hand from the taser, grabs his service pistol with his right hand, and then shoots the guy in the back of the head while he's on the ground. He's way out of breath. He's extremely exhausted. You can hear the officer heavily breathing. And of course, the suspect is dead. Now, the officer did radio for backup at the stop. He radioed for backup while the guy was running, indicating, hey, he's running. I need somebody here now. 3 years ago, when this first happened, I had Detroit Police Commissioner and Grand Rapids Commissioner on, and we were talking about police procedures. There was a lot that the officer did wrong from a procedural standpoint, but that's not what he's on trial for. He's on trial for self-defense. Now, Andrew Branca believes that because he's armed and because the stun gun could incapacitate the officer, thereby leaving him exposed to having a service weapon or something else used against him, that the officer was justified from a technical standpoint in using self-defense. Even though he was on his back, but the guy had the taser in his hand. So from a technical standpoint, apparently, according to the expert, it was self-defense. But we have the human element, right? We have an exhausted police officer on top of a suspect and then shoots him in the back of the head. I don't know. And I'm sure, we're in the red on this stream now talking about this, but I think it's a frank conversation that we need to have. Is that really self-defense? I don't know. This is Kent County. Kent County is very right-wing. It is very religious. It is where Betsy DeVos, if you guys know the first Trump administration, the DeVos clan, that's where they're from. So getting a mostly white jury out of Kent County is probably going to be favorable to the police officer. And that's the only saving grace he really has, especially with the whole public perception sort of thing of this. And if you look at the thumbnail, that's the position that they were in when the shot was fired. I mean, that's exactly what we're looking at there. So can we claim self-defense? And I believe technically this is after the shot was fired. So take that for what it's worth. But right before the shot was fired, apparently the taser is underneath this gentleman's body. So that's really the question we got to focus on. But that's the case. That's the case. And Nugget is safe. Nugget is safe. Nugget is doing just fine. Nugget is one of the other chickens. Nugget's the bigger white one. Nugget is fine, but the rooster's got to go. I don't like competition, Lefty. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. That's exactly. Don't let out my secret, Zach. So hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of a preview here as to what exactly we're going to be looking at and talking about. Lefty with the $10 super chat. Well, since you're in the red, I'll send you some money. But now you have to grift my channel too. Actually, yes, we do have to grift your channel. Lefty has a gaming channel. You guys should all check out. And but more importantly than that, if you're a gambler or you like to pretend you're a gambler, Lefty is a dealer, and you get a little gambling tips in the chat. We were talking about counting cards last week, and how to do it without getting caught. And apparently there isn't a way, but I beg to differ. I believe there is a way to do it, but it's not illegal. It's not illegal to count cards. We're not talking about illegal activities here. We're just getting, little tips of the trade, right? If Jung or someone else, I don't know how many moderators I have. Actually, you're a moderator. Go ahead and throw your link in there. Put your link in the chat, Lefty, and I will share it. Where's Nick? Nick is on his way. Nick is on his way. He says he'll be here in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, everybody. So in the meantime, I'm going to see if this They just reset it live to 21. It was a countdown with the trial stream from Fox 2 News out of Detroit, and they just reset it to 21 minutes. So it looks like we have 21 minutes out. So Nick might be here before opening statements. That'll be good. But in the meantime, from the preliminary examination back in 2022, we have Captain Chad McKesty testifying. Now, I haven't watched this yet. I haven't watched it at all. We had an original plan, Nick and I did, to maybe stream the preliminary examination, and we never got around to it. So I figured if we had some downtime, we would stream part of it. And I thought the captain's testimony might be good because we're talking a lot about officers' conduct, procedures, and things like that. Lefty playing Madden, still trying to win Super Bowl. Nice. Lefty, put your chat. Oh my God, put your link in the chat, man. He's gonna make me do it. Do I know the attorney? How's the accent? They shouldn't have an accent. I don't know the attorneys. Actually, I don't know who they are. I might know them, but I don't know who they are at all. So there should not be an accent. I mean, a Midwestern accent, same as yours, Jung. All right, but let's pull this up. Let's take a look at this preliminary examination. Kind of get a preview for what the testimony might be. I think the sound is boosted, and we're good to go.
What you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You may be seated, and if you would state and spell your full name for the record.
Thank you, Dolly.
Certainly. Chad McKersey. First name C-H-A-D. Last name McKersey. M-C-K-E-R-S-I-E.
Thank you very much. That is me. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a police officer in the city of Grand Rapids.
And can you please tell me what is your rank?
I currently hold the rank of captain.
And sir, how long have you been a police officer with the city of Grand Rapids?
Almost 23 years now.
Can you give us a generic snapshot as far as the different positions that you've had?
Yes. Started obviously as a patrol officer, like everyone does at the police department. Did a few years there, went into our special response team or SWAT team. Did about 6 years in there. Left there to become a community police officer.
If it's
Did
too
that for about
fast,
a year,
let
then
me
I
know,
got
guys.
promoted to sergeant. Went back to nights as a sergeant for a few months, and then back into the SRT as a sergeant and team leader in there. About 2.5 years after that, I went into our detective unit, supervised our general case team and our family services team.
I kind of
That
wish I
time
would
I
have
got
watched
promoted
this
to
ahead of time. We
lieutenant,
can get
and,
past all
That
the.
is a lieutenant
foundational
of what we
question.
call their watch commander, where you run the patrol shifts, either on day shift or night shift. After that, I moved into the internal affairs and was the commander of our internal affairs unit. Did that for roughly 15, 16 months before an opening came open in the training unit. And then I was
Nick.
commander.
We
Hey,
made it.
I made it.
How was work?
Yes, it was. How was your day?
Oh, it was good. I woke up, I made some coffee, had some breakfast, and came up to the treehouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 6-hour difference thing is interesting when you actually think about it. I do like being in Sweden with the time change there. Not the time change, but compared to the US. So when I want to stream stuff, it's in the afternoon. I don't have to rush in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I only have to rush back from work.
right.
Yeah. And we got a new central trade agreement done March 31st at 11:45 p.m. It was signed 15 minutes before the deadline for strikes.
Nice.
Rollout. Yeah. So since then I have been out in workplaces because that was the central agreement. Then you have to visit the local workplaces and negotiate from the central agreement. And
To answer Jung's question, no, what we were watching is, and I'll put it back up while we're waiting because we got another 20 minutes or so before trial starts. This is the This is the preliminary examination from 2022, but this is the captain of the police testifying. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. I'm not sure. Again, I've talked a lot about police procedures, whereas Branka talked a lot about self-defense law. And I think it's going to come down to a combination of the two, that and it being a fairly conservative, as super lawyer Nick Ricada says here. Grand Rapids is not a bad spot for a cop to go on trial. It's really not. It's a very conservative county. It's Kent County, very conservative, very religious people, wasps of the Midwest, if you want to say.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you can go by the procedures, if he went against procedures, then a conservative, in my opinion, you let me know if I'm wrong. If people don't follow rules and procedures and walk outside of that box, how would a conservative community think of that, especially if it results in, because the entire sequence of events tells me that this Mr. Schurr should not have been a cop at all.
He did not perform up to the regulations and the standards imposed on him by the department. That is for sure. And I can only speak for myself. I feel like I'm fairly conservative. I'm not doggedly conservative, but I'm not necessarily always pro cop either. But when I was on a jury, we had it was an officer who stopped a guy randomly on the street and frisked him and found drugs and things like that, and then put the guy in the car, and the guy ended up kicking out the cop car's window. And as a fairly conservative person, I sat on that jury. I was like, why? The cop had no reason to stop. That was BS. So we kicked like the possession, but we're like, once you're like in cuffs in the back of the car, maybe don't kick out the window. We found him guilty of that.
Yeah.
So that was our compromise, but it wasn't even a compromise in my mind. I felt like that was the right choice. From a conservative person, went against the cop on the whole stop and frisk sort of thing, but then was in favor of the police when it was appropriate. So I feel like that's going to be the take.
Yeah, this is a situation when a cop the size of Dave goes after a suspect the size of me and thinking, oh, I'm going to, no. I mean, at one point, you have to be self-aware that but if this person was insecure in himself and his abilities, and you give him a badge and a gun and a taser, all of a sudden he believes he is 6'4", closing in on 300 pounds.
There is a certain mindset to a person on average, right? On average, not the individual, but on average, there's a certain mindset to the person that goes out for the police position in the first place. And then once they get that authority, they like it a lot. I have friends that cops, and I knew them before and after they became cops, and it's like that friend that went to the military and then they came back and they're like a different person. It's the same sort of thing.
And I see it a lot when workers from the floor all of a sudden get promoted as a team leader or something, and they act like they own the business. And that rarely ends well. Because, all right, now I pissed everybody off and I'm getting demoted again. I'm going to change career.
I am a little rusty at this. I noticed, who was it? Somebody. Is it Baker that is always like way behind in chat? And I was like, that's annoying. And now I'm doing it. But that's all right. We're all here to have fun and we got some time to kill.
Yep.
It's funny. Your little thing that you do, it's very Swedish. And I never noticed you did it until you were here in person. And I met you in person. And I noticed it a lot when you were here. And then I noticed my my mother-in-law doing it. And you guys are both from the north.
Mm.
And it's a northern thing because my wife doesn't do it. No one in the South does it, but you
No,
guys.
no,
in the
no.
North do
I
it.
mean, and the only reason I do it is because I went to school further north than where I grew up.
By the way, that's a sign of agreement. It means like yes or like I understand, right? Yeah. So that's like a yes sort of thing.
Yeah, up north in Sweden, I mean, you remove what you call it. You remove unnecessary words.
Yeah.
You have noises instead, and you also remove vowels. So it's very much consonant heavy. You shorten words.
And that's why my wife struggles teaching me Swedish because she's Southern and all the like Duolingo or all of that stuff is very Northern.
Yeah.
So I leave out the vowels and I say things differently than she would. So it's fun.
Yeah. And that's when you hear me go, that's affirmative. Yes.
Not every No, it's a Northern thing. It's very much a Northern thing. So if you hear
What's
like
the ja thing?
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah, no, that's a Southern thing.
yeah, that's a Southern thing, but not all. It's like Tennessee and Michigan or New York. Everyone's got their little flair to their language.
Well, flair,
Semi-Danish.
I was
being polite. Yeah.
Let's call it flair. Let's call it flair. Let's
call
not
it flair.
call it. Y'all are very closely related, all of you, aren't you?
It was funny. There's a international. They call themselves like International Candy Store or a candy company or something. It's in the mall here, and it sells candy from around the world. And I went in there and I asked them for where's the Swedish section because Sweden has some good candy that you can't get here. So I figured they imported it, and they pointed me to the Swedish fish. That's not Swedish.
We don't have Swedish fish. Well, we have fish-shaped candy, but it's not the Swedish fish you get in the United States.
It's not.
We are very licorice heavy in our candy.
Yeah, that Turkish pepper and all that stuff.
Yeah, the jungle screams.
The jungle screams.
Yeah.
We have a. We're waiting. We don't have anything up yet. Do you want to go back and listen to this captain a little bit more? I don't know where we are in his testimony.
So a quick inhale, that means agree. Yeah, it depends on the sound you make while inhale. So, yeah, that's a yes. Yes, but
Yes.
this is just that might mean something else.
Yeah. Well, I heard it. I can't describe it, but I heard you saying it just a moment ago, and I wanted to address it because it's a sound of agreement. At least what you were saying. At least that was my perception.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know how you distinguish between the little clicks and clacks, but I kind of I know it when I hear it.
Aggressive action when the level of force being used. Now, these voluntary trainings, they're done in more of a controlled environment. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's a lot of safety protocols in place to make sure our officers don't get injured during this. They're in a mat room. We have spotters holding them so they don't fall and hurt their head or neck. And it's very controlled.
Very right.
Sir, changing gears a bit here, but does GRPD have training on weapon retention?
Yes.
And if you could just give me what is weapon retention?
Weapon retention, when people talk about weapon retention, they think primarily their gun on their belt. But we have multiple weapons on our belt system that, could be considered a weapon. The taser being one, the baton.
Let me put my banner.
So what we train is how to make sure someone doesn't grab it off of our belt or out of our hands, and available use of force techniques and to prevent them from getting it, to, or even actually training if you were disarmed, how to get that weapon system back at times.
Sir, would it be reasonable if an officer who's been tased or even watched other things get tased or watched videos on the effects of it, would it be reasonable for an officer to fear the suspect would be able to access their duty belt if they were being tased.
Yes, it would be reasonable to believe that during that 5
That's
second
exactly
incapacitation
what
that you
Bronco
would
was
be,
talking about.
helpless in defending yourself.
This is elicited from the. This is direct. This is from the prosecutor. That's interesting.
The incident here. And you mentioned you were able to view the Officer Schurr's body camera video and the cell cam video of the passenger.
Correct.
Thank you, Jude.
And sir, rather than asking you off memory to define certain policies, does GRPD define escalation of force as an officer's increased controlled response to a subject's increased level of resistance or aggressive action when the level of force being used is insufficient to stop or control the resistance or aggression?
Yeah, that's in our policy.
Sir, with your review of this entire scenario with Officer Schurr, did he follow appropriate continuum of force measures throughout this interaction to meet the suspect's level of resistance and aggression?
Yeah, he was working through his available techniques and responses to what was
Wow.
happening in front of him.
And prior to the
This is
suspect
his
running on
captain.
foot, is it true, had the suspect already resisted or obstructed a police officer?
At the moment, he basically swung his arm back and spun on the officer. Then yes, he was resisting and obstructing a police officer.
And under Michigan law, is resisting and obstructing a police officer a felony?
Yes.
Now, the suspect, as we mentioned, the suspect then runs on foot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in regards to Officer Schurr running on foot, let me just ask you, can you just tell us what is MCOLS?
MCOLS is the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. They are the governing body that hold our certifications in the state of Michigan as police officers, and they also require certain training levels for each department and police officers in the state of Michigan.
And does MCOLS have a list of essential job functions a law enforcement officer is required to follow?
Yeah, there are several.
And sir, is it true that one of those functions states that it is essential that a law enforcement officer will, quote, pursue fleeing suspects on foot by both day and night in unfamiliar terrain?
Correct.
Now, what if a police officer fails to pursue a subject? Can you just explain, could that be a grounds for cowardice?
It could, based on the
Cowardice.
situation, if it was unsafe to do so, no. But if it was safe to do so, then you could.
This is like the
that,
1820s.
Because if
There's a slap across
say
the
if a
face and we're
subject
dueling now.
perhaps you let them get back into a motor vehicle. Perhaps they're heavily intoxicated. They go down the street, they hit and kill someone. The officer could be in a lot of trouble for not pursuing that individual, letting them get back in the vehicle.
This has got to be, I think this is the defense attorney questioning. We skipped ahead a little bit and I didn't watch the beginning of it, but this has got to be the defense attorney, right? He's talking about like, well, if you let him go and let him get back in the vehicle, then he could be armed or have something else in there, right? This has got to be defense counsel asking these questions.
There'd be a lot of questions of why they allowed that to happen.
So this officer essentially is
So,
being
Officer
faced with
Schurr
being
here
fired
pursues the suspect.
or killing a guy.
Does the suspect then move?
those
from
are his
what the policy
options?
would deem passive resistance to active resistance?
Yes.
And from resistance, does the suspect then move on to active aggression?
Yeah, you can see on the video where he's spinning and throwing elbows a couple times.
Yeah, and
to
she
break
was
the grasp or
convicted,
to assault
so.
the officer. That we don't know what the actual intent was, but that can be perceived as active aggression.
And did Officer Schurr then move on to use what his training would deem reasonable measures to attempt to gain control of the suspect?
Yes, he attempted to tackle and control him on the ground. He was unable to. Got up. He again spun and threw like an elbow up around to break free or attack the officer. We'll never know.
I don't know.
And then
I'd
escalated
probably
to
make a
using,
bad cop because I'd rather
introducing
be
the taser into
fired
this
than
incident.
incarcerated,
And prior to the taser, did it appear the suspect continued
or have the mental issue of killing somebody that it might not have been justified.
Fair to say.
So I always said,
at some-
like, my first thought was at this point, he's on the back, right, and he's out of breath. At this point, I might step back and train my firearm on the suspect and try to give him further commands. And then if he came at me or something like that, then it's sort of a cleaner self-defense, right? I mean, that's my instinct. That's what I would have done. Whether or not that was procedure or not, apparently not. Apparently, all of this was fine by this captain's testimony.
Yeah, but my problem is still, but besides the cop having zero control from the moment he stopped the car.
Yeah, from the
And
start.
then it was just that final moment where he pushed the head down to the ground. At that moment, he was completely free from that man.
He was. He could have gotten up, like I said, just took 2 steps back. He already had his firearm out, right? He let go of the taser, so his arm wasn't underneath the suspect anymore. He was free to take 2 steps back. That's all he had to do.
Yeah. And with the 2 steps back, he gave himself options. Fire in the leg, fire in the torso. But at that moment, when he pushed the head down, brought the gun to the neck and fired, even though I know how thanks to Andrew Branca, how the law is written, I have a hard time reconciling with that moment.
I do too. And, we have to give everybody, I always start with, they are absolutely innocent at this point, right? We don't even have opening statements yet. So this officer is absolutely innocent. But based on what I've seen, it would be hard if I was sitting on that jury to acquit him, just based on what I've seen thus far. So this will be an interesting trial. I'm always pro defense. I am very pro defense, but this one's going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely.
You mentioned this, the suspect ultimately began attempting to disarm Officer Schurr of his weapon. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the video, you can see Officer Schurr present the weapon to use it, and then it was immediately grabbed by Mr. Lyoya.
I agree. It was.
And then he was actively disarming him for several seconds.
And did the suspect use what you would deem as force to attempt to disarm Officer Schurr?
Yes, I mean, he was grabbing onto it and trying to either pull it away or not letting go of it, not following commands.
And is attempting to disarm an officer, is that a felony under Michigan law?
Yes, it is.
Is forcefully disarming a police officer, would that be deemed an inherently dangerous felony?
Yeah, it is a dangerous weapon that's being taken from the officer, and the officer would be fearful of why they're taking it, if they're going to get used against them.
So the argument is, and what Branca has articulated way better than I could on our stream last week, is that because the suspect grabbed the officer's taser, the suspect then became armed, and which is legal. I mean, that's legally true, right? When a suspect grabs whether it's a non-lethal or lethal weapon from an officer, he is now armed, despite what the news media says. So now we have an armed suspect that's struggling with the police officer. So the question is, at the time he fired the shot, was he in fear of imminent great bodily harm and or death? Now, what Branca has said is that under the self-defense law, that when an officer's taser could be used against him and incapacitate him, that leaves his then service weapon exposed to the suspect. And that is the imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. Even though a taser itself is considered non-lethal or less than lethal, it's not non-lethal anymore, it's less than lethal. In this scenario, there is a legitimate technical argument that he was in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. And that's where we get the self-defense. So even though he's on top, because the suspect still has the taser and could within a second turn around and use it on the officer, that's the imminent part of it. So yeah, the suspect had control of the taser.
Now, for the police officer, have you seen on the video, even prior to the taser, did Officer Schurr was
I have no idea how long this trial is supposed to go, John.
Physical struggle and may have been showing signs of exhaustion.
18 months.
Yes, you can see that in the video.
Oh God!
Let's have it a short trial, 4 months.
I just wanted to address Derek's comment here. The taser wasn't pointed at him, but that's not necessary. That's not necessary for from a legal standpoint, for fear of imminent great bodily harm or death. That's not necessary. Someone could just brandish a knife, and that's enough, right? They don't have to actually be holding it towards you. And then there's other circumstances that could be taken into consideration. I think Bronca talked about like they didn't even have to have a weapon. So you got 5 guys standing around you and they're all bigger than you and they all want to punch you. That could be enough for imminent death or great bodily harm, right? Yeah. So just because they're not swinging at you or not pointing the weapon at you doesn't mean that it's not self-defense. Because by the time they do that, it might be too late, right? So it has to be imminent fear, not during or even after, right? So let's say he tried to point the gun or the taser at the officer and fired it, which I think he probably tried to do a few times if you watch that video. After the fact, there still has to be an ongoing imminent threat.
Yeah, and that it we will see what the jury says because they are the fact finders. Because if he pushes the head down, does that count as removing yourself temporarily from the imminent threat situation? He's on the ground. Yes, he has the taser there somewhere. Mm-hmm. You have his back. You are pushing his head to the ground.
Right.
Will that be enough?
Yeah, I don't know. It's bad optics, man. It's bad. It just looks really bad. That's why I don't have a lot of faith in the defense's case. Old school tasers could only be fired once. I believe the model that they have now has 4 or 5 rounds in it. And if you watch the video, you can hear the taser go off. I think it goes off at least twice, maybe 3 times. So it could be fired more than once. This particular brand of taser, anyways.
Just based on the breathing, the way the commands are coming out of his mouth, you can tell that he's expending a lot of energy and getting spent.
Would it be fair to say that when it turns to a suspect attempting to disarm him, that would add even more stress and fear for a police officer?
Let me see if I can find another.
Yeah, it'd be a highly stressful event to go through.
We'll move into Officer Schurr's use of deadly force and just.
Okay. It looks like we might have a stream up. Oh, they're going over exhibits.
But leading up to that, does Officer Schurr appear to have attempted to utilize other reasonable force options that were within his abilities at that time?
Yes.
You want to switch over to it and see what's going on in the courtroom?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's do this. Let's switch over and go live to the courtroom and see what is going on over there. Well, I should turn the sound up. Looks like they're just going over exhibits.
2 through 27, and then 30 through 34.
And Mr. Gordon, do you stipulate to the admission of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no objection to stipulation.
Okay, then I will admit exhibits 1 through 7, 11 and 12, 22.
This is going to be a bad angle.
27, and 30.
This is Christopher Schurr over here. Oh, you can't really see. In the far right.
Are there stipulated exhibits for the defense as well?
All right, Your Honor. We have a stipulation to some videos, and that would be defendants exhibit A, B, and C.
So at the beginning of a trial, if there's any stipulation evidence, and the parties might stipulate for various reasons, they believe that the video is going to come in already and they're both going to use it and we don't need the foundational stuff. We're not wasting jury's time, boring everybody. They'll stipulate to a ton of evidence beforehand. The last trial I did, we stipulated to, I think, all but 3 documents. And this was a document-heavy case. So that way we didn't have to go through all the extra steps. We could just get right down to the meat and potatoes in the trial. No, I believe he's out on bond, right? Is he out on bond?
I believe he's out on bond.
Let's see.
When the defense is going to start its case, there was more stipulations, I think. It might make sense to see how the prosecution's case comes in with the exhibits, and then at that time, we might have some more stipulations.
Okay.
It was only $100,000 bond, but I have to imagine he was out.
Stipulate to the person who was A through C.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
He
choose
posted
one.
10,000 and got out, so he's been out the whole time.
So those 4 exhibits, are those the only ones that for defense that are stipulated to at this time?
At this time, yeah.
I thought you didn't like
And is
stipulate.
there
I don't
anything
mind
else we need to
stipulating if it's
address
appropriate.
before the jurors come in?
Depends.
She writes stimulating.
Not from my perspective.
That's different from stipulating.
Hamilton will be the opening, so court called
Oh.
us.
Jeez.
The call from the Hamilton.
Well, all right. I'm not pulling his chats up anymore.
All right, then we'll have the jurors come on in.
What about Judge Simpson? That's not Judge Simpson. Ooh, let me get my new banners up. We brought a bunch of new banners for this stream. I'm all excited about it. Look at that. Live streaming. Subscribe. Tell your friends about this channel. I'm back for a whole trial. Oh, yeah, and also Nick. By the way, if you're streaming on Nick's channel, there's a link to my stream at the top. If you wouldn't mind coming over and giving me a little thumbs up. Nick and I sort of have an informal competition. While he's off stream, I'm going to encourage you all to come over and just hit the thumbs up over on mine. And, you know, wait until the end of the stream to hit the thumbs up on Nick's. So I can win. Stimulating. I'm sure that was a typo. Come on, Judge. Move it along. The jury's waiting. Isn't that what the judges always say? We got to hurry up. We don't want to keep the jury waiting. I imagine this trial is actually scheduled to go for about 2 weeks. Michigan courts are fairly fast. We're not we tend not to drag out trials, even sensational ones. If you guys remember back in the 90s with the assistant self-unaliving cases, those were only, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And those were fairly complex, high-profile cases. All right, jury's coming in. Yeah, go buy Nick a coffee, too.
Thank you. You may be seated. And welcome back. I'm glad to see everyone made it back to work safely this morning. And we'll get started. So at this time, jurors, I will explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side sees the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all his evidence, the defendant's attorneys may also offer evidence, but do not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the
How's the
case.
balance of our
You
voices
must
compared
base
to
your
the
verdict
court?
only on the
All you guys in the
evidence.
chat, because we can't really hear it
To prove a charge,
that
the
well.
prosecutor must prove
Just
all
let us
of the
know if we're
elements
too
of the
low or if the
charge.
court's too high.
The elements of the charge will be discussed after these more general instructions. You may, since no one can predict the course of a trial, some of these instructions that I'm giving you may change at the end of the trial. And at the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness,
Me
but it
too,
may help
Gigi.
you to
Me
think
too.
about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the
Well, sorry, guys. Oh, I hit the wrong thing.
case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence.
On the left side of the
The
screen, is
questions
that
the
the
lawyers
sound
ask the
bar?
witnesses
How
are
did you
not
get that one?
evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that
oh.
something is true just because
You're talking
one of
about
the
in
lawyers
StreamYard?
asks questions
Yeah.
that assume or
That's
suggest
a
that
new
it is.
feature in StreamYard. If you
I
update
may
it,
ask some of the witnesses
Haven't-
questions
you can go to
myself.
different. Yeah, you can
These
set up
questions
different
are
scene
not meant to
scenarios.
reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be
I
to
haven't
ask
played
about
around with
things
it at all.
that may not have been fully explored.
Of course not.
You may take notes during the trial if you
I'm
wish,
busy.
but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention.
Oh yeah, jury
all
get
the
to ask
evidence.
questions. So this will be
When you go
interesting.
to the
I
jury
can't
room to
wait for them
decide
to
your
ask some
verdict,
questions here.
you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them, and then only during deliberations. You must leave them in your seats turned upside down during any recesses. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. During the trial,
Just
you may
wonder how
think
they
of an
destroy
important
them.
question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to my clerk who will give it to me. Do not show your question to the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked.
Oh,
Do not speculate about
Wait a
why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions.
you talking about this sound bar right here on the left side of the courtroom window? Nick? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, I don't know. That's brand new. That's in the feed. I thought you were talking about the window on the left of StreamYard. I have no idea what
No,
that
no,
is.
no, 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 no.
Yeah.
Or
I have no idea.
inferences about the facts of the case, nor should
That's
you
something that's
speculate
happening
about
with
what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given an answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. On the other hand, if you cannot hear what a witness or lawyer says, please raise your hand immediately and ask to have the question or answer repeated. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. Furthermore, you may observe me working on other matters or doing research on my computer. Pay no attention to what I am doing. You must not discuss this case with anyone,
I had
including
one
your
cup of
family
coffee today, but it was
or
Swedish
friends.
coffee, and
You
I'm good to
must
go
not
for the rest of the
even
day now.
discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room
Hey, Miss
for that
Woodruff,
purpose.
welcome.
Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to my clerk as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over.
Yeah, so if Salvador
these
walks up
restrictions
to you
no
in the
longer
cafeteria
apply,
and starts
and
talking
you
about
may,
the case,
if you wish,
you know,
discuss the case
let the court
with
know.
anyone. During the trial,
If somebody's
not
flirting
read,
with your
listen
cute
or watch
defendant,
any news reports
it's
about the
it's
case.
sad.
Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you
Can I get
incorrect or
sprinkles
misleading
going?
information that
Yeah,
might
no.
unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. As I said before, under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. Witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. And again, because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side.
And you make a phone call
These
in like
restrictions start now
10
and
minutes.
continue until I discharge you from jury service.
Don't call
It
the
is your
court.
duty as a juror to decide this case.
There's no
based
Prosecco
solely
in the
on
treehouse
the
right now,
evidence you
so
see and hear in this
there's no
courtroom.
fear of that.
You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else.
I emptied that bottle
This
out on
means
Saturday.
that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You
Is YouTube
also
considered
must not
social media
research
or a
any
news
aspect
source
of the
now?
case during the trial. This means research
like it's
using
more of
a
a
cell
news
phone,
source.
computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, computers, cell phones, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cell phones or social media. This means even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions,
I'll be right
report it
back.
to my clerk. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 14. After you have heard all of the evidence and my final instructions, we will draw lots to decide which two of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial, and after all of the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. I also explained to juries that this is an electronic courtroom, so unlike on TV or in the movies, we can't read back testimony if you didn't catch it the first time, so it is imperative that you listen as the witnesses testify, because if we had to make that testimony available to you, we could do so, but it could take hours or even days. So obviously, it would be more important to catch it the first time around.
We can send our stream to them with
To
commentary.
be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason.
But it is a possible doubt.
A reasonable doubt is just that.
A reasonable doubt is a
that
possible doubt.
reasonable After a careful and considered examination.
I don't like
An unreasonable doubt is not a possibility.
Yeah, it's an impossible doubt, right?
Second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya. That is, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound from a gun fired by the defendant. Second, the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Lyoya, or
Yeah,
knowingly created
bullet in the
very
neck
high risk
is,
of death
yeah.
or great bodily harm.
I mean,
knowing
I think they
that
met the
death
first
or
few
such
elements
harm
there.
would be the likely
Yeah.
result of his actions.
But none of that matters
Third,
if they
the killing
conclude
was
it's
not
self-defense.
justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. And with that, Mr. Becker, are you ready to give your opening statement?
I'm here.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh, that was quick.
What?
Do it.
She didn't mention
What was the other?
self-defense.
She didn't mention self-defense.
I thought that is the entirety of the defense.
It is.
So why aren't there jury instructions regarding self-defense?
That is a good question. I don't know. That should have been in there.
Yeah.
Unless they're changing their defense, which would be an interesting move. All right.
Yep. We'll just have to wait and see.
I guess. Let's see here. Let's see how boring this opening statement is from the state. They're always boring.
Yeah.
Single gunshot wound right to the back of the head. That's what killed Patrick Lyoya on a cold, wet, rainy day back in April 2022. It's almost in the middle, maybe a little bit below the middle. You have an opportunity to see it, I think. But that single gunshot wound is what killed him that day. It's not just me saying that. You're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Cole. He's our medical examiner, and he's going to say he can determine that because when a bullet is fired, a gun is fired, the bullet comes out in that puff of smoke, and that puff of smoke contains some gunshot residue. Now, from far away, you're not going to get gunshot residue on anything, but if it's a close shot within a few feet, you're going to be able to tell unless that gun, that barrel of the gun, was in contact or near contact with the back of the head of the individual. And he's going to tell you it was a contact or near contact wound, that gunshot wound that killed Patrick. The barrel of the gun was on the back of the head. Now, it's not just you have to rely on his testimony about that either. You have an opportunity to see the video.
Yeah,
You'll see the video where the defendant who sits before you here today fired that shot. It's on a cell phone video. So to some extent, your job is somewhat easy because you're gonna have more video and access to different videos than just about any jury that's ever been around. You'll have a cell phone video. You'll have a body camera video. You'll have an in-car video. You'll have a security camera video from across the street. You'll see different versions of the video in terms of freeze framing videos. You'll have an opportunity to see everything.
I don't like
and
freeze
break this
framing
down
at all.
Video by video. One of the troopers, Zach Batchelor, he synchronized these videos. So you have all the videos together when you go to deliberate this case. You have to watch this over and over again, probably more than you wish to. But it's an important piece of evidence. But that's not the only evidence because, as I said, there's evidence that comes from the stand as well. And we'll call witnesses. And it starts out fairly simple because we're going to start on David Courtroom. He was a friend of Patrick's. He was, Patrick spent the night at his apartment before he left that morning and died. Dave's going to tell you he was hanging out with Patrick. Patrick and him had gone back. They're both African immigrants. They had been together for a few years. They know each other. He spent the night. Ame Tushimi is the other person that was at the apartment. I think him and David were actually roommates at the time. And Ame is the one who actually took the cell phone video that morning.
So qualified immunity, to answer Gigi's question, I don't know if there was a hearing because it doesn't apply. Qualified immunity applies to civil action. So if you wanted to sue a government official, such as a police officer, they have qualified immunity. It doesn't apply when the state is eating its own. When the state is essentially prosecuting a state officer, it doesn't apply. So they wouldn't have had it here. I'm sure there's a civil case going on, but it wouldn't have applied in this case.
Morning. David says, yes, they hung out, they're drinking, having a good time, nothing special, just kind of hanging out like guys do. And so that morning, he had to wake Patrick up. Patrick had told him the night before he slept on the couch, had to wake me up, I got to leave before 8 o'clock, I got something to do. Now, there's another individual, Mark, David doesn't remember him, May does, kind of says, yeah, we had to take him to his house, or had to take him to work. But just before 8 o'clock, he was gonna say, yeah, we woke him up, Patrick's gotta leave, he left with May, they get in Patrick's car and take off. Now, May's gonna tell you, yeah, there was this guy, Mark, we dropped him off at his house, and then we went to see Patrick's own place. Patrick had his own apartment, so they went to Patrick's apartment to kind of check it out. He had just gotten it, he was kind of excited about it. So they looked at Patrick's apartment, and then they proceeded to leave again, and were driving around. They're gonna hear they stopped at like a Walgreens and got some beer. They got some beer, and then they got back in the car and were driving around. Now, from May's perspective, he's the passenger. Patrick's driving his car, sitting in the passenger seat. He's all of a sudden notices there's noises. There's noises going on in the car. The car is making a noise. This isn't like this is an old Nissan Altima or something like that. It's not a great car. So there's noises, and Patrick comments like, "What's going on?" There's noises, and Patrick pulls over the side of the road. He gets out. Now, May's kind of at this point in time, not really paying a whole lot of attention. He's on his phone. But you're going to find out at that point in time, the defendant, as a Grand Rapids police officer, had pulled him over, was in the process of pulling him over. Now, from a lot of what you're going to get now is coming from the actual body cam, the body cam that's on the officer. Okay? They've got it's on, I think it's on his chest, essentially. It's activated when the overhead lights go on. So at the time Patrick's pulling over, the officers turn on his lights, and Patrick gets out of the car. And you're going to see this interaction between the officer and Patrick at that point in time. Patrick's like, "What did I do?" And the officer says, "Get back in the car." The defendant says, "Get back in the car." What did I do? Now you're going to notice at that point in time that Patrick's first language is Swahili. And there's a definite accent. So the defendant, "Do you speak English?" Patrick says, "Yes." But the plate doesn't match the car. Well, that's true. You're going to see evidence that the plate belonged to a Ford Fiesta. This was a Nissan Altima, so the plate did not match the car.
So the stop was lawful.
You have your driver's license. Need your driver's license. Yes, I have one. Patrick opens the door, looks in, and May's in there, and May doesn't remember a whole lot, but they look, apparently maybe tries to open the glove compartment box. You can kind of see
Correct,
it.
Derek.
He opens the glove compartment box and looks in there, but there's no driver's license. So Patrick shuts the door. Now they're standing in the road. It's a residential area, and Patrick starts to just simply walk away. The defendant grabs him and says, "Nope, nope, nope, you're under arrest," and Patrick breaks free. Breaks free, kind of does a spin move, and then runs around the back.
That would
of the
be
car.
unlawful.
You see this on the video, on the body cam video. He runs around the car. He's wearing flip-flops, and his pants are falling down. It's kind of raining, and he runs. He gets all the way to the driveway that the cars are parked, maybe 5 yards, 10 yards at most away. It's like a 6-second chase. The defendant tackles him from behind, takes him down, and then there's a struggle. There's a wrestling match going on at that point in time. The defendant's telling him, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." Patrick is then trying to get out. Now you're going to hear from Wayne Butler. Wayne Butler is the homeowner where the driveway where this initial tackle takes place. This is a residential area. He's going to say it's kind of unusual for a car to get pulled over in a residential area. It's surrounded by Kalamazoo and some busier streets. And he's kind of, that's kind of weird to see a car getting pulled over there. So he actually
Has
goes
no
out.
bearing
You can
on
see him
anything.
the cell phone video now, because at this point in time, Ame realizes what's going on, and he gets out of the car and starts videotaping on his cell phone. So now you have a combination of something going on body cam, you get some from the in-car video, you also have the body cam. But you have Wayne's testimony. He's probably the one that sees it the most in terms of going for the whole thing.
This is the next door
So
neighbor.
he comes out, you'll hear him in the video. He's trying to talk Patrick down. "Hey, I'm a black man too. I'm a black man. You gotta calm down. Don't reach out to Ame. Ame, hey, tell him to calm down. This is a bad situation." Patrick doesn't listen. Patrick, you see him push himself up, and then he walks. He walks with the defendant holding on. He walks essentially across the front yard into the yard of Fred Hunter. Now, Fred's a homeowner too. He notices he doesn't have a ton to add, quite frankly, to all this, but he was there. We're going to call him as a witness to give his impressions. He heard the struggle. He heard something about a taser. He heard, they heard the gunshot go off, and he's kind of in his house and not paying a ton of attention, but you'll hear what he did have to hear and see that day. So what happens there is then the defendant and Patrick are kind of standing. They're standing essentially in front of Fred's front door. And they're standing in front of that front door, and Patrick kind of is, struggling and spins out of it. So then they're facing each other. The defendant's got one arm on Patrick, and one arm he decides to bring his taser. Now this is a demonstration of taser. This is what a taser. This is the taser. It's a taser 7. You're going to hear about that. But
By the way, an interesting side note: the defense brought a motion to allow a taser demonstration in this trial. The defense wanted to tase somebody live in the courtroom during their case in chief. And that would have been amazing. But the judge said no.
Oh,
But they wanted to tase somebody in the courtroom. That would have been awesome.
This is the kind of taser he was using. You actually have the opportunity to see the taser. So he brings that taser out and is going to try and tase Patrick. Patrick grabs the weapon. You'll see this is from a body cam. Grabs the taser, grabs his hand, and moves it. Moves it out of the way. The taser discharges. And that's an important piece of evidence right there. The taser discharges the first time. There's no impact. There's nothing, he's not tased. It goes into nowhere. So then the struggle's about the taser. Let go of the taser, drop the taser. You'll hear that repeatedly. There's a number of commands that you'll hear that repeatedly. Patrick goes down, they both go down. They both go down the front yard of Fred's residence. It's raining, it's slippery, the grass is wet, and they struggle. Now May's watching this, and you'll hear from May he's probably intoxicated. He's kind of mumbling things. He's not really comprehending what's going on, but he's watching. He's holding the cell phone, and it kind of dips up and down. But you'll watch what happens then.
Yeah, he had one job to do.
He
couldn't keep it focused.
The defendant ends up on Patrick's back. Patrick once again tries to lift up. He starts to lift up and lifts the defendant off, and the feet's off the ground, but the defendant's able to regain control, get back down, and kind of shoves him down. But then he transitions to his firearm. He transitions to a firearm, puts the gun to the back of his head, and shoots him. Patrick collapses almost instantly. He's lying there on the ground. So a lot of what you're going to hear about is regarding this taser. This taser, it looks like it, but it's not a gun. It is not a gun. It's a less lethal weapon. I think in the Grand Rapids policies and procedures, it's something that's called an electronic control device. That's how it's defined. It's put up there with a device how you control people. Pepper spray, batons. It's not a gun. Even in the taser training manual, it says it's an option that doesn't replace lethal force. So you're going to hear from Brian Childs. Brian Childs is from Axon. Axon is a company that makes the taser. And he's going to tell you what the taser was designed to be less lethal. It's designed to be safely and deployed in a less lethal way. It's been deployed almost 5.5 million times. The amount of time it causes some sort of serious injury, I think it's like 99.7% of the time, it does not cause death or serious bodily injury when it's deployed. It's something that can be dangerous, no question, but that's not what it's designed to do. Now he's going to kind of alleviate some of the things that people think a taser does. Some people think a taser knocks you out. And you see it on TV, somebody gets tased, boom, they knock out, and they're out for 15 minutes. Doesn't do that. That's on TV, this is not in movies. What a taser does is cause neuromuscular incapacitation, NMI. You'll hear about that. The best way to put it, I'm probably putting it wrong, but that's why you have Brian Childs. He's the engineer, he's the expert. He's going to say it kind of seizes up the muscles, causes the muscles to seize, and so a person can't necessarily operate it, and cause them to be able to function appropriately when it seizes those muscles. So it's only in place, that NMI is only in place for the time of the electrical charge. That charge there, as soon as you release it, the person kind of released from that. It doesn't cause any ongoing damage. It's not something that somebody is just withering on the ground for. You're going to see from this taser, they compare it to, what the taser company compares it to is after you're being tased, it's like strenuous exercise. That's one of the things in the video, or the PowerPoint you're going to see on the taser training PowerPoint. It's like comparable to being strenuous exercise. It's designed not to kill. It's designed not to hurt. It doesn't electrocute you. The amount of electricity is something that combined to like a Christmas tree light. It's not a huge amount. And it doesn't always work. That's another thing, because one of the things you have to do for a taser to work is there's two prongs. There's two prongs that are shot out, and those prongs have to have sufficient space. You'll see from the video that's got to be about 12 inches. 12 inches is about the minimum amount to get that neuromuscular incapacitation. Anything less, it may cause pain, but it's not going to incapacitate somebody. Right? So it's got to be an appropriate spread. If it doesn't get the appropriate spread, somebody may not suffer from any consequences. If it gets caught in somebody's clothes, it may not work. So one of the training things, you be prepared for it not to work. But they say, just part of the training, you'll see it says, just like anything, you got to be prepared to transition to something else, because it may not work. It may be not something that has an impact when you try and use it, because of the variabilities, if you will. Now, one of the things you'll also hear is that when somebody is using a taser, when it goes in, there's a possibility of death or great bodily harm. And they list some of the things that happen. They list that if somebody's tased, they freeze up and they fall in concrete, hit their head. That's one of the things you got to be careful of. If you're around flammable materials, you got to be careful on that. That's something you got to be careful of because electricity could cause it to explode. Pregnant women, there's certain things that you got to be careful of. There's certain target areas. You'll hear about the target areas of the front. The back is actually the best way. The back and splitting the belt line, if you will, is the best way to get for somebody to be tased. The front, not so much, but you can use it in the front. So you got to be careful with it, and it could cause it. But the whole idea of a taser is that's a safe and effective way to do something from a distance. You can use it at close range. They'll see that, but close range defined by taser is about 4 feet, not an arm's length. 4 feet is characterized as close range under the taser policy. They go almost up to 12 feet because it's designed to give them some space, so you don't get the situations like this one. So Brian Child is going to tell you just about everything you know about the taser and how it is designed to be a safe and effective means of apprehending somebody. But you're also going to hear then in terms of what happens in terms of these defensive tactics. Because defensive things, that's one of the things we're going to hear about from our 2 police practices experts. Police practices and defensive tactics experts. Because they're going to give you an interpretation. They're going to tell you a little bit more because we're not police officers, but they're going to give you an impression. Seth Stoughton and Nicholas Bloomfield are our 2 police practices and defensive tactics experts. Seth is maybe more of the practices part. He used to be a police officer. He was a police officer down in the state of Florida for a number of years. And I think we talked all about
That's exactly right. His pants were so falling down.
Change a job and become something else. He became a law professor. He teaches at the University of
Yeah, you could see him run with one hand pulling up the pants.
Yeah.
People are law students. People are going to law school. He also goes over to the undergrad and teaches their criminology department. Now you'll hear all his credentials. He works for the American Law Institute. He's written books. He's written law review articles. These are articles in University of Virginia.
Where's Bronca? We need Bronca in this case. Why wasn't he consulted?
Researches this topic, presents all these ideas and stuff because that's what he does for a living. He studies police use of force issues. Nick is maybe the more hands-on individual. He's a police officer until 2022. I believe he still serves in the reserves and down in New Mexico, where he's from. And he's more of the hands-on. He's done defensive training, defensive tactics. He's written policies on how to use defensive things that the police officers had. You're going to hear about. There's different things. A gun is a defensive weapon, a taser, a pepper spray, a baton, all these things that police officers have and use, as well as training on pressure point tactics, hand tactics, stuff like that. It's the hands-on. He's done trainings for this in the state of New Mexico. He's reviewed over 200 different use of force incidents in that state and with his department and other things. That's what he does, the hands-on stuff.
I think in a self-defense, he needs to testify.
It's going to be long.
I would want to hear
quite a
from
bit
him.
of testimony. What they're going to talk about is when they look, how does a police officer, how should a police officer look at a use of force? And they break it down. Does the individual,
The Bronca streaming this? I thought he was streaming Kieran Reed.
was used against by the police officer, does the individual
We're going to get him on this channel.
threat to the police officer? Imminent threat, immediate threat. Is there some sort of imminent threat that that person poses to the police officer? And that's how you determine that. Well, they got to look at 3 things: intent, ability, and opportunity. Those are the 3 things. Does that person have the intent to do something? Does they have the ability to do something? Do they have an opportunity to do something to the police officer?
Yeah, Andrew
mandate
is
some sort of use of
also
force?
streaming this trial.
What it boils down to is when you look at this case, and then
Scoundrel.
you look at this case, that Patrick had an intent to get away. There's an intent to get away, but that's not the intent to do great death or great bodily harm, which would allow the use of deadly force. He had an intent to get away. One of the other things is that he didn't have the ability, because you hear about when you watch the videos, the taser was deployed twice. You have the initial deployment, it was your hair fire when Patrick grabbed it and moved away. It was deployed a second time when the 2 of them are on the ground. You're going to hear and see the video that they're on the ground, they're struggling, and then the guy goes, let go of the tape, and there's a pop. Let go of the tape, and he moves it away. So the taser was deployed a second time. Brian Childs will tell you that. He says this taser was deployed on 2 separate occasions. So the prongs that cause the neuromuscular incapacitation were gone. They couldn't be fired again. You can't necessarily reload them because there's wires. You can't just put those back in. So the ability to cause NMI was gone at that point in time.
It fired
One thing that's
several
left
times.
is There's
Yeah, if the prosecution is arguing that he depleted the taser, then all he has left is the gun.
Yeah.
That's a weird statement from the prosecution.
Well, he's saying is that if the taser's been deployed, then it's no longer a threat to the officer. Therefore, he no longer has that immediate threat of great bodily harm or death. But we heard it discharged several times in that video.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, I guess he has to claim that at this point, now it's depleted.
Maybe there was like 2 shots and we heard it fire twice or something. But that assumes the officer, I mean, we have to assume the officer was aware of it, right? I guess. I don't know. It'll be interesting as that develops because it was fired more than once.
Something that's called a drive stun. A drive stun where you take essentially the end of it, you drive it in, make contact. The drive stun does not cause NMI. The drive stun is a pain compliance device and it causes pain, but the drive stun itself does not cause any sort of great bodily harm. It may cause some injuries where the prongs hit or something like that, but it doesn't cause any sort of great bodily harm by the drive stun. And Brian will tell you that.
So he's admitting that,
you're looking at that,
the taser could have been used on the
there
officer.
are 2 experts say, well, the ability of Patrick to do anything was not there because he couldn't shoot the taser. The taser had been shot. The drive stun doesn't cause. So there was no intent. There was no ability to cause any sort of harm to the officer. But they also take a look at the officer. The officer's perspective, you kind of take a look at the officer. Is a reasonable officer, is a reasonably intelligent officer, and then who's prudent in same or similar circumstances. Would that officer anticipate needing to use force, the force against the person? And you look at all the facts and circumstances, because that's what you got to do. Reasonableness and all the facts and circumstances presented to the officer at the time. A reasonable officer in that situation would not think death was going to happen, would not think the use of deadly force was necessary, because that's what it's got to be. It's got to be necessary. Police officers can arrest. That's not the issue. Here. We're not saying he shouldn't have been arrested. Patrick committed crimes. There's no question about that. He committed the crime. He was driving without a license plate.
I'm going to fill up my coffee.
Didn't have a driver's license. He resisted arrest. He pulled away. You're going to also find out that he was probably drunk driving too, because his blood alcohol level was like a 3.0 at the autopsy. Okay, so he was drunk driving. So it's not an issue of if the defendant had a right to arrest him. The issue becomes, did he have to shoot him? Did he have to kill him in the course of trying to arrest him?
Well, the officer clearly thought he did to, otherwise he wouldn't have. So that answers the question.
The answer is no.
It's actually, again, objective and subjective.
I break it down into 4 things. I have to prove there's a death.
Objective
That's
officer
your
standpoint.
checklist. Was there a death here? Well, that's 100% certain. There's a death. Patrick's dead right now. I have to show that the death was caused by the defendant. That's 100%, no question in your mind. He shot him in the back of the head. The third thing, there's 3 different areas. There was an intent to kill. When you put a gun to somebody's back of the head, there's an intent to kill there. So those are the 3 things, or 100% here, there's no question. What your issue is and what this trial is about and why you have to decide is that 4th thing or 3rd thing. Was it justified? Was it excused? Or was it lessened to some other crime? When you talk about justified, there's a legitimate good reason for it. Excused as well. You did all this, but no, it's okay. You're going to get a pass. When you take a look at that, when you put all this together, take a look at all the evidence, you have to say it was not justified. It was unreasonable. Patrick never had an intent to do any harm to the defendant. He never intended to kill him. The evidence is going to show he never wanted to do anything.
Well, that's kind of hard to prove.
Neither somehow he did. He didn't have the ability to cause any great bodily harm because that taser was not going to do anything.
How did he know that?
Down to is it was unjustified and unreasonable.
Yeah.
It was a crime.
I feel like
It was
this
a
is
crime here.
bordering into argument.
Yeah.
They're no different.
He's testifying now.
I would have expected an objection at this point, but
Yeah.
That's what happened back in April of 2022. The defendant committed the crime of murder, and you listen to all the proofs, and you go back and deliberate. We're going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty to 2nd-degree murder. Thank you.
Well, that wasn't too long.
And Ms. Hamilton, would you like to give your opening now or wait until later?
Now, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Ooh, it's a lady.
Good morning. I'm Michaela Hamilton, and it's my privilege to represent Christopher Schurr.
She practiced that in the mirror. Again. She practiced that in the mirror this morning.
Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. Drop the taser.
I like it already.
Yep.
Spicy.
Those are the final commands that Officer Schurr gave to Mr. Lyoya before he was forced to make a decision he hoped never to have to make. What you'll learn from the evidence in this case and throughout this trial is this is not the murder case that the prosecution wants this to be. This case is about self-defense, which is, as the judge will explain, is a justification to murder. The prosecution will try to make this as something it's not. They'll use words like excessive, unnecessary. They'll call Chris Schurr a murderer for doing the very job we asked him to do, for protecting the citizens of Grand Rapids and for protecting himself. And the evidence will show that this was not murder. This was self-defense. This is about a man who is doing his job as a peace officer, a man who took an oath to protect, to defend, to run towards danger when others run away. The evidence will show that Officer Christopher Schurr did everything he could
Damn
to
union
avoid
lawyers.
using deadly force. Even after being
I
dismissed,
like her.
he fought with Mr. Lyoya for over a minute to try to get his taser back. And you'll see he tries to turn it off. And when he couldn't, when he lost all control, he was forced to make a split-second decision, one he hoped never to have to make. He didn't choose to take a life. He chose to save his own. And we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, after hearing all of the facts, the evidence will show that Christopher Schurr is not guilty. He is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges because he followed his training, he followed the law, and he did everything he had to do to survive. So I want to take you back to that day, April 4th of 2022. It started as an ordinary day. 31-year-old Christopher Schurr woke up around 4 a.m., which wasn't unusual. Chris was used to working hard. He earned a full-time scholarship to Siena Heights University, and he was a 5-time All-American cross-country athlete. He was born and raised in Byron
It's been a
Center,
few years, I
and he had his
imagine.
high school sweetheart, and now
He
wife,
was
Yeah.
way out of breath.
who is here with him today. Chris and Brandy were heavily involved in their church, frequently attending mission trips to Kenya, which is where they chose to get married. Chris and Brandy have always been devoted to helping others. So, around 4:30 on that Monday morning, and before going to work as a Grand Rapids police officer, Chris kissed his wife Brandy and their dog Arrow goodbye, telling them he loved them. And Chris arrived at the station around 5 a.m., roughly 30 minutes before his shift started. He always liked to get there early to make sure he was prepared for the day ahead. And when Chris put on his uniform, he became Officer Schurr. And that day, just like every other day, Officer Schurr had one job and one priority: to protect the people of Grand Rapids.
To not run out of breath.
He had no idea that within a few hours, he would end up in a fight for his life.
Oh, shoot. Banner.
Around 8 a.m. on that cold and rainy Monday morning, Officer Schurr was patrolling the southeast side of Grand Rapids. While driving down Kalamazoo Avenue, he noticed a Nissan Altima ahead of him driving unusually slow. And when he ran the license plate, it came back registered to a Ford Fiesta, not the Nissan Altima driving ahead of him. As soon as Officer Schurr realized the plates didn't match the car, he turned around and started following the car.
You know, I don't
And
know
you'll see
exactly what
the
these
video evidence,
procedures are
and the video will show
from the
that the car
department
made
itself.
two
I can
abrupt
only
right
speak to
turns,
what
one
others have
right
said.
and another right. And you'll hear that that is a common sign to police officers that that person is potentially trying to evade arrest. And as soon as the car stops, before Officer Schurr is able to get out of the car, you'll see that Mr. Lyoya jumps out of the car immediately, instead of staying inside like everyone else does when they're pulled over. And because of that, Officer Schurr jumped out of his car and immediately commanded him to get back in the car, just like he's trained to do. But the driver failed to comply. And this is a common theme throughout this case. Because Grand Rapids police officers are trained to consider failure to comply. Ask yourself why. As you'll hear, failure to comply with a police officer's lawful commands automatically escalates the situation, raises safety concerns, and creates a reasonable belief that this person could be a potential threat. Ask yourself, why was the plate registered to a different vehicle? Why did the car make two abrupt right turns? Why is the driver exiting after coming to a full stop? When Mr. Lyoya jumped out of the car, it signaled to Officer Schurr that this could become dangerous very quickly. But despite this, you'll see that Officer Schurr stays calm. He gives the driver the benefit of the doubt and continues with routine stop protocol, asking Mr. Lyoya for his license. But instead of cooperating, you'll see Mr. Lyoya evaded questions and demanded to know what he did wrong. Officer Schurr confirmed that Mr. Lyoya spoke English and calmly explained that the plates didn't match the car. Finally, after the 7th request for a driver's license, you'll see the driver pats his pockets. And then he says he has a license in the car. And he asks the passenger of the vehicle to get it. And you'll see that the passenger couldn't produce a license. And then Mr. Lyoya abruptly shuts the door and starts walking away from Officer Schurr. Again, failure to comply. Ask yourself why. Why isn't the driver providing the license? Why did he shut the door and walk away?
Why?
And you'll hear that officers are trained that when someone tries to distance themselves from the car,
See, none of this
and
matters to
there's
me.
contraband,
What matters
weapons,
is
or
that
other
after
items
he
inside
gave
the
him a
car
command to,
that
and
they
then he
don't
started
want
running,
the
and then
officer
he
to
grabbed
see.
the taser.
All
All of that
signals
matters.
raised concerns from the start of the traffic stop. But once Mr. Lyoya failed to produce a license, Officer Schurr attempted to place him under arrest. He ordered Mr. Lyoya to put his hands behind his head so he could arrest him. But Mr. Lyoya continued to ignore his commands. And you will hear that Officer Schurr
He
gave
did call for
over
backup.
29 lawful commands. 29. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 29 chances that Mr. Lyoya had to change his outcome safely. Sorry, hit the screen. And you'll see that Mr. Lyoya doesn't just ignore Officer Schurr's commands. He resists.
Schurr came in
He
hot.
pushes. He
He
shoves.
came in very hot
broke
at the
free,
beginning of the
And he
interaction.
runs. And then you'll see that he fought and fought and fought. Mr. Lyoya continued to escalate the situation by failing to comply with Officer Schurr's lawful commands. He created a danger not only to Officer Schurr, but to
Lawful
citizens of
law.
Grand Rapids. And like you heard, he was running towards two strangers' houses. He didn't know them. He was running towards their houses after he had just resisted arrest, after he had pushed an officer, after he had shoved an officer. Officer Schurr didn't know what he was going to do or who he could harm if he let him go. As Mr. Lyoya called for backup, as Mr. Lyoya ran away, Officer Schurr called for backup, and a short chase ensued, and Officer Schurr tackled him to the ground at a stranger's home, who you'll learn was Wayne Butler and Fred Hunter. Meanwhile, you see the passenger exit the car and start recording on his cell phone. And ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself what Officer Schurr knew about the passenger at this time. You'll see there's no interaction between them. He didn't know who the passenger was or why he was getting out of the car. He didn't know if he was armed. He didn't know if he would join the fight. Officer Schurr wrestled with Mr. Lyoya in the wet and slippery grass, and the struggle with Mr. Lyoya escalated quickly. Officer Schurr tried multiple physical maneuvers as he was trained, but nothing worked. Mr. Lyoya was overpowering, and he couldn't get him down. You'll see Mr. Lyoya was bigger than Officer Schurr. He was stronger than Officer Schurr, and he kept resisting. And you'll see Mr. Lyoya get up off the ground 3 times with Officer Schurr on his back. One of them, from a completely prone position on the ground, he does a push-up like it's nothing with Officer Schurr on his back. And you're going to hear that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol content of 0.29, 4 times the legal limit, which would help explain why it was so hard to get him to stop resisting. You'll hear Mr. Lyoya yell to the passenger 3 times to get the keys. Officer Schurr called for backup again, expecting an emergency response, but no help came. He was left exhausted and alone.
I have to
You'll
make
hear
a
him
quick call.
on
I'll
the
be right
video,
back.
panting and wheezing for air. Throughout this entire encounter, Officer Schurr was following his training. He was following his training, he was following his policy. And after trying to get control of Mr. Lyoya to no avail, Officer Schurr had to move up to a higher level of force, since nothing else had worked. So he reached for another tool on his belt, the taser. A less lethal, not non-lethal, when in the hands of a trained police officer. A less lethal weapon. And you'll hear the taser can be converted to a deadly weapon, especially when used by an untrained person. And you'll hear all of the warnings that police officers are given. And you heard the prosecution talk about some of those warnings, some of those critical areas to avoid. Police officers are trained on how to use the taser to avoid causing serious bodily injury or death to people. But you will hear it is dangerous, it can cause serious bodily harm, and even death. When Officer Schurr drew the taser across his body, he aimed for Mr. Lyoya's back, exactly as he was trained. When suddenly Mr. Lyoya spun around and squared up to him, and in an instant, Officer Schurr was faced with the worst case scenario. Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, and once he grabbed it, you'll see he never let it go. And this is the moment that changed everything. Desperate and alone, still with no signs of backup, you'll hear that as soon as Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, Officer Schurr was flooded with fear because he knew what it felt like. It causes excruciating pain, incapacitation. It can drop an officer to the ground in seconds. But this fear wasn't just about the pain. This fear was about what could happen next. If Mr. Lyoya tased him, he could take his firearm and shoot him with his own weapon, which is something officers are trained to consider. If he went down, he would be defenseless. And his gun would be right there for the taking. And his training was clear. If someone takes your weapon, they'll use it against you. And despite what the prosecution tries to say, the taser, this is not a toy. You will hear it provides and delivers thousands of volts of electricity, causing your muscles to lock up, causing you to be incapacitated. You'll hear the taser can injure you in 3 different ways. As the prosecutor mentioned, neuromuscular incapacitation in probe mode. The drive stun causes extreme pain. And once the taser probes have been discharged, you'll hear that the taser wires can shock you. So not only is this weapon something that causes serious bodily injury, it can lead to potential death when used improperly. And the biggest risk to police officers is that once someone has your taser, if they use it against you, you will be left defenseless. And Mr. Lyoya had yet to comply with any of Officer Schurr's commands. And you'll hear that Mr. Lyoya never complied with one. And the evidence will show that Officer Schurr was unaware that the second cartridge had even been discharged. He didn't know it could only be used in drive stun mode. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because even in drive stun mode, the taser can cause serious bodily injury. The prosecution will try to downplay this. They'll try to say it's not that harmful.
I mean,
It's
I feel
not that.
object that she's arguing now, Your Honor. This is not for to argue against my case, it's to present her case.
Or pot meat kettle.
Tone it down a little bit. Thanks.
Throughout this trial, the evidence will show that the taser is a dangerous weapon that can cause serious bodily injury or death, period. The law doesn't ask an officer to wait until they're injured, incapacitated, or shot to act. And you'll hear from our experts and other police officers that officers are trained that action beats reaction. You will hear how quickly officers are trained, someone can turn on them and injure them with a weapon.
What did she say about the
Faster than
taser?
they can respond. And throughout this trial,
The cop doesn't have to wait until he's harmed to defend himself.
Okay. I just
And,
saw her holding a taser. I was on a phone call and I was like, ooh, is she saying it fires more than once? Because that's what I was.
Yeah, I think she did.
Okay.
And also, the prosecution objected.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Was it sustained?
Judge told her to tone it down.
Oh, is she getting a little argumentative?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the prosecution,
She was very.
more or less, the last 5 minutes of his opening was pure testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said there should have been an objection. And now they
Yeah.
didn't object and they got objected to, right? So that's
Yeah.
the game you play.
This might be interesting because she will probably strike back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. She looks young. She looks new. We'll see.
question for you to answer is whether or not Officer Schurr's fear was reasonable. And the prosecution cannot meet its burden that it was unreasonable for Officer
Hey,
Schurr to be afraid
Cindy.
of Mr. Lyoya after he disarmed him of his taser, gaining full control of it, trying to fight to get it back for over a minute, regardless of the mode.
She better not be reading.
The moment that Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser changed everything. With Officer Schurr's heart pounding, his only thought was clear. I have to get the taser back now so I can arrest him. For over a minute, he fought and fought and fought to get it back. He shouted, "Let go of the taser," again and again and again.
Yeah, she has her bullet points. She keeps looking at.
Officer Schurr tried everything he could to stop it. He tried to turn it off, but Mr. Lyoya's hand blocked the safety. And then, when Officer Schurr looked down, he saw Mr. Lyoya holding the taser in his hand like a firearm. And he felt him getting up off the ground again with the taser in his hand, turning up towards him. And in that split second, he had to ask himself the most terrifying question someone can ever ask. Am I about to die? If he didn't act in that moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't make it home that night. So, Officer Schurr, completely out of breath, with no signs of backup on the way, with no other viable options, yelled out one final verbal command to drop the taser. And
The officer was
Lyoya
panicking, I feel, at that point.
Now, throughout this trial, as you're reviewing all the evidence, ask yourself, why would Mr. Lyoya let go of the taser if he didn't plan to use it? Why would Mr. Lyoya switch it from his left to his right hand? And you'll see this in the video. Why would he do that if he didn't intend to use it? Why would he keep holding on to it?
Yeah, bullet
After
points is
every
more effective,
command
I agree.
to let it go? Why was he holding it like a gun while getting up and turning towards Officer Schurr? The only question for you to decide is whether Officer Schurr's belief of danger in that moment was reasonable. And you'll hear from our experts, absolutely. It was reasonable. Throughout this trial, you'll hear from several experts. You'll hear about Officer Schurr's training as a Grand Rapids police officer. You'll hear how an exhausted officer would be after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. You'll hear why it would be reasonable for Officer Schurr not to hear the second cartridge go off when you're in the middle of a hand-to-hand fight with someone for over 2.5 minutes. What you hear is an eternity when you are fighting for your life.
I think the officer,
And
he
you'll hear
got
from
too
several of our
close,
experts
too
why
quickly,
Officer
too
Schurr was
aggressive.
justified in using deadly force.
He went in way over his
And
head.
you'll also hear
Yeah.
from the people's experts, including from the taser manufacturer itself. And they'll attest that the taser can cause serious bodily injury or death when used improperly, especially by an untrained and unlicensed person. You'll also hear from the People's Police Practices experts, a law professor from South Carolina, who was a police officer 20 years ago.
No, he's an
You'll also
ex-cop
hear
now,
from
Jung.
their expert from New Mexico, a police officer from New Mexico. So when you hear from these experts, ask yourself, what are they
Let me
about?
check, Your Honor, she's arguing again in terms of commenting on our experts. That's not what she's proving, is what.
Yeah, but you are doing a speaking objection.
When you hear from all of the experts, consider what they're relying on. And at the end of the trial, the judge will instruct you on what the law is and what you must consider based on what Officer Schurr knew and how Officer Schurr was trained. And the law says that a police officer is allowed to use deadly force if he honestly and reasonably believes that he is in danger of serious bodily injury or death. And when you're answering
That's the
that
same
question,
statute.
you must consider this from the perspective of an ordinary and prudent person with the knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer. So when you're considering all of the evidence,
The cameraman's
when
getting
you're
all
hearing from
excited.
all of
He's
the
like
experts
zooming into her
about
mole
police
and everything.
practices and the use of force, remember this. This is what you'll have to consider. What Officer Schurr knew, what he was trained. The law does not require perfection. It doesn't ask for hindsight. And when you're considering your verdict, You cannot sit here as a Monday morning quarterback from the safety of the jury box with unlimited time and hindsight. You're not here to judge what Officer Schurr should have or could have done. You're here to judge what he did in that split
All right,
second
that's
moment,
fair,
based on
defense
what
attorney.
he
I'll
did,
step it back a little bit. What he should
Based on
have
what
done is
he
not to be
felt.
considered.
based on his training and his experiences. Now, a man died, and that's a tragedy. But not every tragedy is a crime. And not every
True.
death means someone has to be penalized.
That's very true.
And self-defense is not a crime.
There's a lot of people out there that don't think
You'll
that
see a lot of
self-defense
video
should be
evidence throughout
justified.
this trial. And we'll go through that with you step by step. And there's a lot of information in the video that we will point out that you may not have seen from the first few watches. And as you watch the video, ask yourself whether or not Officer Schurr had a reasonable belief to be in fear of danger, of serious bodily injury or death. Ask yourself, did Patrick Lyoya disarm Officer Schurr of his taser? And did he eventually obtain full control of that taser? Ask yourself, did Officer Schurr try to get that taser back? And did he believe that the taser could cause him harm? And the evidence will show that Mr. Lyoya was driving a car with the wrong plates. There's no dispute that this was a lawful stop. And then he ignored over 29 lawful commands. 29. You'll see him
Lawful
pushed,
law.
shoved, resisted arrest, and then he fought and fought and fought. And then he attempted to disarm and did disarm Officer Schurr of his taser, an inherently dangerous weapon. And you'll hear, he was nearly 4 times the legal limit, unfazed by pain.
Not
So
when it's the
your
cop,
job
Randy.
throughout this trial to decide.
So normally in an everyday situation, yes, but when you're a police officer, you have the lawful right to start the interaction and be aggressive and put hands on the person, so long as what you were doing was lawful at the time. You had a lawful reason to stop. You had a lawful reason to detain him. So because he was acting lawfully, the fact that the officer started it doesn't weigh in.
Whether Officer Schurr's belief that he was in danger was reasonable. And the prosecution in this case has the sole burden. They have the sole burden of proof. And the judge will talk to you a little bit more about this at the end of the trial. And it's the prosecution's burden to prove all of the elements of the crime, and also to prove that Officer Schurr was not justified, that he was not in fear. It's not our job to prove anything. It's not our job to convince you.
As a judge in
He was
Detroit once
afraid.
said, the defense
It's
can
the
sit there and play
prosecution's
Uno the
job
whole time.
to convince you that he was not afraid, that his belief was not reasonable, that it wasn't reasonable for him to be in fear after he was disarmed of his taser, after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. And after you see what Officer Schurr went through, after you hear from our experts, ask yourself, is the prosecution proven beyond one single reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense? Because if there's any doubt, the law is clear. In a criminal case where one's liberty is at stake,
All right, she's
the
repeating herself a little bit
Constitution
now.
demands something far more,
Yeah.
proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
She should have stopped
So if
about
there's even one doubt
3 minutes
in your
ago.
mind, you must find Officer Schurr not guilty. Not guilty of all charges. And at the end of this trial, we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, you'll understand that this was not murder. This was survival. This was self-defense. And we will trust that you will return the only verdict that reflects the truth. That Officer Schurr is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges. Thank you.
Yeah, the state has to disprove self-defense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't a bad opening statement, but it was a bit long, and she repeated herself, and she had her notes. I mean,
Yeah.
but I've seen a lot worse.
So the question is self-defense harder to prove? I feel like no, because the defendant has to basically admit to unaliving the person. So most of your job is done, right? So you're like, yeah, I was there and I pulled the trigger.
Before you take your seat, sir, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Wait, why is it quiet?
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, you may be seated.
And before you start, in a few moments, you can sit down and say thank you. In a few moments, my clerk is going to hand you a list of the witnesses that the people have on their witness list. He may not call the witnesses in that order, and he may not call all of the witnesses. It's simply there for you to take notes if you wish to. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to.
Oh, the jury gets a list
But
of
she'll fill it out
witnesses
momentarily.
to take notes next to? That's interesting.
David, I can barely hear you, so you can speak up a little loud so we all hear you, so you can hear all the way back here, okay? Could you state your name?
David Bukuru,
And could you spell it, please?
David Bukuru.
David, did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
Well, I knew Patrick, pretty sure I met him around 2008, anywhere from 2017, maybe 2017. He was at the party.
Sorry, he was at what?
He was at the party when I first met him.
Okay, what party is that?
I think it was just a community get-together party, and that's when I met him. And then after that, we went to a friend of one of friend of ours, and then he was a really good kid. And then we started to communicate. We changed number, and then time to time he would come to my house. I would go to his house. We were pretty good friends.
When you talk about a community party, was he a neighbor of yours then? What community are you talking about?
Well, I'm from Africa, so time to time we have like events, so we'll meet and then have a good time.
All right, so you're talking about
Yep.
community. Was the African community have events and you met him at one of those African community events, not in a neighborhood?
No, it was an African event.
So I'd like to take you back to the last time you saw him. When was the last time you saw him? Do you recall that day?
The last time I saw him was when he got shot. I mean, when about 30 to 45 minutes before he got
Were you
shot.
there, sir?
How did you see him 30, 40 to 45 minutes before he got shot? What was going on?
Well, he was in my house. He slept over at my house. That day. So on that Saturday, we had a party. There was I usually host a party. A friend of mine, he do host a party on Saturdays, and then he was at the party. He came after the party. He came to my house, so he was on Saturday. And that Sunday, we were just home, listening to music, and then in the morning of that Monday, he had told me that he had to do something early in the morning. So, I woke him up around 8, if I remember correctly.
Okay, stop right there before we get further because you covered a lot of ground. So you had a party on Saturday. Was he at the party on Saturday?
Well, I met him down there on Saturday. When I met him down there after the party, he came. He went home, and then that Sunday, he came.
This would
Like I
be an
said, he
interesting
used to come to my
cross-examination.
house time to time,
Oh,
and
what did you do
especially on the weekend.
in this
Yeah.
party?
I know.
So he
I was
spent
just
all
thinking,
day
were
Sunday
drugs
at your
present
place.
at this party?
Yep, he was all night Sunday.
Who else was there? Who else was at your apartment during the day on Sunday?
My roommate, Amen, and there was another guy. He goes by Jamari.
So it was really just the four of you there on Sunday. Did all four of you then spend the night at your place on Sunday?
Yep, it was just well, four of us. We was sit home, you know, listen to music, playing life. You know, just pretty much like a regular hangout.
When you say life, like the board game life?
Well, I want to know
No,
what
we were
happened to that
just
clerk's hand.
Talking.
All right, so that's right. You said playing life.
See, it was all bandaged.
Board game. We haven't seen that in years.
No, it was
So you're just talking, hanging out, talking about life.
yeah, just
Now, would you know what time you guys would have went to bed, approximately?
honest to speak, it's been 3 years. I don't recall.
Where did Patrick sleep?
On my couch.
And you said something about he had to leave. Did he tell you had to leave?
Yep, he told me that he have to do something in the morning. So he actually asked me to wake him up early that morning. So that's what I did. I woke him up. I did not know that he was going to get shot. That was the last time.
Wait,
So when
you
woke
didn't
him up,
know?
he was
I
on
want to
the
be
couch.
certain. You didn't
where
know that he was
exactly
going to be
where
shot?
but you woke him up and he left right after that?
So I wake him up. He wanted me to go with him. I told one of my roommates to go with him. Because actually the plan was, I was supposed to, like I said, it was 4 of us in the house. So I woke him up. There was another friend of mine. If I remember correctly, there was a friend of mine that had to go watch his kid. So he dropped him off and then go to take care of his business and then bring back my roommate in the house because he was with my roommate. He went with my roommate.
So Patrick was supposed to come back to your house then?
Yeah, because he went with my roommate.
So he left, and so how many people left your house?
So basically, it was all 3 hours stay home.
But that morning, Monday morning when they left, you didn't go.
No, I did not go. I just woke him up. But like I said, he wanted me to wake him up because he had something to do early that morning, which is he never told me what it was.
And then Ame went with him,
Emmett went with him.
and then this other individual.
So this other individual, the other individual got dropped off because he had to stay with his daughter, I believe.
And that was the last time you saw him. You didn't know what happened after that.
And the next thing I know, I see my roommate come in the house crying, shaky, and I'm like, what's going on?
How long after that was that later on in the day?
I don't really remember. I think it was maybe around 10. I don't know. I really don't remember.
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night?
Like only like in the afternoon. I really don't remember what time it was, but it was somewhere in the, either 10 a.m. or somewhere in the afternoon. I don't really remember what time. And then I'm like, what's going on?
That was Ame coming home now?
And then come home and he's crying and everything. I'm like, what's going on?
All right, you gotta stop you right there. All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
This could be a lot of little witnesses, I have a feeling.
Morning, Mr. Bakuro. My name's Nat Borgula. How you doing? You a little nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. We've never met before, right?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that you had spent the day with Patrick on Saturday, part of the day on Saturday.
I met him on Saturday at the party.
Okay. And that you said there was a party. Was that party at your house or someone else's house?
No, somewhere else.
And whose house was that?
No, not a house. It was actually a place. If I remember, it was my place, the one on Division.
Is that like a bar?
Yeah, it's like a bar. We usually
The bar's called My Place. That's why I was
one of
confused.
like I said, he would throw a party down, you know, maybe every other Saturday. So I met him down there. It's pretty much like African party.
Okay. So were you guys drinking that night?
Did I
You-
drink?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm old enough to drink. Yeah, I did drink.
I have a question that you were
I'm old enough to drink, so of course I drank.
Actually, let me take that back. Yeah, I think I like I said, I don't remember. It's been 3 years. but I'm pretty sure, yeah, if there was a drink, I probably did took a drink.
Okay. And so you spent the part of the night on Saturday with Mr. Lyoya.
On Saturday, he like I said, I saw him at the party, and then the party happened Saturday night. So on Sunday, he came over. Then he spent all night on Sunday night.
Okay. And what time on Sunday did he come over?
I really don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was like around maybe evening time. Probably say maybe 6 or 8 p.m. But I really don't remember what time he came up.
Okay. And you say you live with your roommate is Aime Tuyasheme?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you two lived together?
Well, I know him pretty much. I know him ever since he came from Africa. So I know him since probably when he was in the middle school. So
Okay. And how long have you two lived together?
we lived together. Well, I lived with Emma twice. Once in Wingate and then on Woodfield.
Okay. And where were you on that Sunday? What address were you at? The Wingate or the other one?
No, in my apartment on Woodfield.
On Woodfield. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you lived together with Mr. Tuyasheme at Woodfield?
I probably say maybe a year or so.
And Mr. Lyoya doesn't live with you.
No.
No, this is not the guy that was in the car.
But he came over about 6 or 8 o'clock on Sunday, and you guys were talking about life.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Okay. Did Mr. Lyoya mention any of the troubles with law that he was having as you were talking about life?
No,
Ooh.
Did he mention anything? Were you guys drinking that night?
he wasn't. I was.
Mr. Lyoya wasn't drinking?
He, like I said, he told me that he had to do something early in the morning. I didn't see him drinking.
Okay.
Didn't he have alcohol in
Do
his
you know what
system?
Mr.
I might
Lyoya's
have
favorite drink is?
misheard the state opening.
Budweiser.
Okay. He likes Budweiser. Okay. All right.
Not Bud Light,
Now
just
on-
Budweiser.
Monday morning, so you said that you woke Mr. Lyoya up around 8 a.m. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, about that time.
He got there around 6 or 8 on Sunday.
PM, yeah.
So he was at your place for about 12 hours?
He was, like I said, we were just home. Yep. I don't remember him go anywhere. He I probably maybe step somewhere and come back, but I don't really remember him go anywhere. Yeah, we were just home.
He might have stepped out for a little bit, but you don't
I don't
remember.
know. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was home all night.
And you don't remember him drinking?
I don't remember him drinking.
Okay. Were you guys drinking, the other people that were there?
I was. I was going through a lot about that time, so yeah, I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Tuyasheme drinking?
I think he was, yeah.
And you mentioned there was a third person there, and I didn't catch the name. Could you repeat that?
His name is John Marie. I think John Marie came later. But he doesn't live there too.
Did John Murray, did he spend the night?
John Marie, he was there with us. And then when I woke up, Mr. Patrick, he took him. The plan was basically to take him home and then to go to his mission and then come back.
Okay, so Mr. Lyoya was going to take Jean-Marie somewhere the next day?
Monday,
Monday.
Okay. he had his own plan that he had to do in the morning, which is he asked me to wake him up.
Okay, and you said he slept on the couch?
Slept on my couch.
And he had all his clothes on?
Yep, all his
Okay,
clothes
so he
on.
didn't change clothes and get into a bed?
No,
He just-
like I said, he don't live there, so he slept on the couch.
Okay. Is there a reason he slept on the couch instead of going home?
Like I said, he's a friend of mine. So every friend, any friend of mine is welcome to stay in my house if they want to.
Of course. And I'm sure everybody's had people stay over. But I want to ask you, did you have a plan that he was going to spend the night?
Did I have a plan?
Yeah.
No. I didn't know he was going to spend the night.
But you said that Mr. Lyoya had a plan that he was going to get up at 8 and he had some business to take care of.
Yep, he told me to wake him up, and then that's my biggest regrets, waking him up.
Okay. And did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a car?
Yeah, he came with a car. Yeah.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a driver's license?
That's personal information. I did not know any of that.
Never discussed that with Mr. Lyoya?
No, we don't never talk about any personal issue. I never discuss if he have a license or if he's the question you asked me before, if he ever got in trouble with the law. No.
So when you're saying you're talking about life, you're talking about everything but personal information.
Well, when I say life, basically, we talk about, hey, like a job, what your plans, because I know he, I know he got kids, I got kids, so we let's talk about, life in general.
Okay. And you don't remember whether or not he drank at all that night?
That night.
I think this is pre-planned that they wanted to talk about. Oh, he was talking about his future, and it was cut short by this officer. That seems sort of weak cross. I don't even know why you would cross this guy.
No.
I don't see any hands raised. The jury may-
Yeah, the jury doesn't even care.
Your Honor.
Objection? Thank you very much, sir. Enjoy the rest of
I
your-
mean,
I think it.
oh, you never saw him drink. You never. Oh, you didn't know. How well did you know him? When did you meet him?
I mean, none of that's doing anything for me. I mean, this is the first witness, but who is the second witness going to be?
Dun dun dun.
Passenger. I want the passenger.
Yeah.
Sounds like they might have a lot of lay witnesses up front. Ready to get the passenger in. I think I would have started with the passenger. Or maybe they just wanted this guy on and off real quick, and then they're going to go to the passenger. Yeah. This might be the passenger. Maybe not. Nobody seems to know where they're going. Does he have his own attorney?
It seems like it.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand.
Is it because why were you in a stolen car? I plead the fifth.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see if we can get his name.
Is Michigan a two-party consent state?
No.
No. Okay.
May I'm gonna have you speak up nice and loud. I could barely hear you, so we need to hear you back here when you testify, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Speak up nice and loud. Could you state your name?
My name is Emet Hisham.
Can you spell it for us, please?
It's AIME and then TUYISHME.
May, I'd like to take you back to April 2022. Did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
we was friends. He was like a brother.
When you were his friends, how did you meet him?
Don't remember exactly. I just knew him in a town.
You know what to tell. Now, you're from Africa as well?
Yes,
Are you from the same place as Patrick?
he was born in Congo, raised in Rwanda.
You can speak up a little bit more so I can hear you.
Yes, I was born in Congo but raised in Rwanda.
Was he from the same location
think
as
so.
you?
I think so. I think it was from Congo. I'm not sure.
Did
He
you
looks like a brother, but I have no idea where he's from.
He spoke Swahili.
Yeah, his Swahili was better than mine, but most of the time we spoke English.
So you communicated first in English because you guys didn't share the same language, is that correct?
We had the same language, but my Kiswahili is it's not good.
Not good?
You have the same language, but he's not good at
So
speaking
can
it.
you tell me the last time you saw Patrick? Can you go over that? Where were you with him on the last time you saw him?
We had just dropped somebody off. We started by his new place. He just had a new place. He was living like upstairs. They have a basement. He tell me he wanna do haircuts over there. We just what was the question again?
You go back. You said you dropped somebody off. You remember who you dropped off?
Yeah, it was one of our friends. Yes,
You remember his name that you dropped off?
his name is Di Maria.
In terms of before when you dropped him off, where did you come from to drop him off? Where had you and Patrick been before that?
Who was at our other friend's house also? It was
Who was your other friend?
David.
So you had left from David's house?
Yes,
Whose car were you driving?
I wasn't driving.
Whose car were you in?
Patrick's car.
Was he driving his car?
Yes.
So you remember where you dropped that friend off at?
Not exactly, but somewhere close to downtown.
See,
That's the best location.
there's a lot of people in the chat that don't trust these witnesses.
So when you said after you dropped
I'm
him off,
fine
you
with
went
them.
to Patrick's apartment?
Yeah, he was telling me
I trust
about it,
him.
what he wanna
think
do
they're
over
fine.
there, because he just moved there. He liked to cut hair also.
So did you go there?
I think we stayed outside in the parking lot, and then
I'm
we
just
was
thinking
heading
of
back to David's.
just like if I go to Sweden and I know that there's like an American club with a bunch of Americans, I'm gonna go hang out with them. I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's my boy, my American boy, and then be like, I don't know where he's from. America. He sounds from Tennessee. I don't know. That's the jive. That's sort of the feeling I get here, right, Nick? Is that what you're getting? Like these guys are out. You're muted. Yeah.
I mean, they are from roughly the same area.
Yeah.
They hang out. I mean, this is nothing unusual.
Yeah.
And they might not know everything about each other because they don't want to know everything about each other. I
That's
mean,
true too.
he grew up in Rwanda.
Yeah.
That's kind of a war zone. And
He said he's like a brother. Yeah. I mean, again, I see it because they're foreigners in a foreign nation, but they get together as part of this little social group. And my wife has friends that are Swedish, and there's like a little Swedish group of women. She doesn't know anything about them, but they're her Swedish sisters. She doesn't say that, but that sort of vibe.
David's place.
So you never actually went inside Patrick's apartment?
No, I
You were
did
just
not.
outside the parking lot?
No, I did.
What was this, a house? Was it an apartment? What was it?
It's like a house. It's duplex. So you have upstairs, and then in the basement you can do business or something.
So after you leave his apartment, where do you go?
I think we was heading back to David's place.
And so it's just the two of you in the car?
Yes, sir.
So what happens as you're driving your head? You think you're going back to David's place? What happens?
So we was just heading home, and then his car make a lot of noises.
Can you describe what did you hear? What kind of noises?
Just like
Just a random thought he throws out there.
He was just making too much noise. Because I remember I was just on the phone, and then he just pulled over somebody to go check my car.
So you heard the noise?
Yeah, it was very loud.
That's why he was driving slow.
Wherever the air come from, I think, in the back.
It still doesn't negate
So
the
then
stop.
What did he say? What did he say as he pulled over?
He said I'm about to go check my car was making a noise.
And did he stop the car at that point in time?
Yes.
So when he stops the car, could you describe for the jury what happens next when he stops his car?
So I was on the phone. When he stopped the car, he get out. Next thing I know, he was having some words with the officer.
When did you first realize a police officer was there?
I saw him. He was talking because As the moment he stepped out and they started talking.
So you're still in the car
Yes,
and you're in the passenger seat?
yes.
So could you hear what they were talking about?
No, I couldn't hear. It was going back and forth. But I remember, I think Patrick said, check my ID, something like that, in the glove tip thing.
So you kinda
Apparently,
remember
yeah.
that?
Oh, line
think,
right. He
yeah.
pulled himself over.
Did you check? Did you look for it?
I think so. I think I did.
Now I want to
Going
watch
back,
that
you-
dash car
what was this,
video
3 years
again.
ago? Had you been
Yeah.
drinking that point?
Did he actually put
That
the
one?
lights on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were you drinking?
So in the morning, when we was at David's house, I know Patrick was sleeping. For me, at the best, I didn't really even like sleep that night.
So you had been drinking all night?
Not like all night, just by hanging out with friends. Yes.
So you had been drinking, so that
So I didn't go to sleep. When we left David's house, Patrick was sleeping on
The
the
first
couch.
thing I want to do when I've been
you stopped
drinking is
and
go
get
to
any beers
sleep.
as you're driving around with Patrick?
Yes, yes.
When did you do that?
After we dropped a friend off,
Before you went to his apartment?
I don't remember exactly if, before or after. I don't remember.
But at some point while you're driving, you did stop to get what did you
Yes,
get?
Budweiser. It was a Budweiser in the car.
Was Patrick drinking as well?
I do remember.
So anyway, so now we're back. We're taking you back
Now
where you're
prosecutor's
stopped on
like,
the
oh,
road. Patrick's
Let's
out.
just move on anyway.
His officer. Did you notice any lights or anything as you're pulling over?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it because I was on the phone. And then I was on the phone. All I heard was just noise. The car was making a lot of noise. And then he said, he put it on his side, said, him go check my car, what's going on with it.
So after he asked you for, check the glove compartment box, can you tell the jury what you remember next?
So him and the officer, they started going back and having some words, and then go around. They went around the car to the glass. I see something was going on. That's when I step out the car, and then I just started recording.
So when you say they had words, did you hear the words?
No.
When they run around the car, can you describe that? What did you see specifically? What do you remember them running around the car?
They were just like wrestling. They just went around the car, went to the glass.
We say grass?
Yes, grass.
Do you know how they got to the grass?
Yeah, like I said, they was going back and forth.
So what did you get out of the car?
Yes,
Prosecutor's getting a little
When did you get out of
frustrated.
the car?
So after a while, I see him in the office going back and forth. It started looking bad. So I'm like, okay, let me just take out the phone and then just.
Why do you say you think it was looking bad?
Because they was going back and forth.
So what did you do when you saw it going bad and they're going back and forth?
So I just took out the phone, and then all I heard was just shut. So
So when you say you took out a phone, whose phone did you take out?
it was mine.
It was your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you took it out, did you start recording the video?
Okay, so because before I was in the car, I was in the car, we got pulled over because also I was on the phone. So, but when I'm about to step out, I kind of like put in a pocket, open the door, and then just take out, start recording.
So when you took it out again, that's when you started recording the
Yes,
video, what
yes.
was going on?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, what do you remember, without seeing the video, what do you remember in terms of them going back and forth? Describe what you can. What you remember.
It was happening fast.
What did you see?
I saw the office on top of Patrick while I was recording, and then all I heard was pop.
He doesn't want to
And then
say
I
that
think
he ran
also
away
told
from the
me
officer.
to stay back.
Who told you to stay back?
The office, I remember.
When you say you saw the officer on top of Patrick, when did you see him on top of him?
The same day we got put over.
Do you remember anything else other than that? How long, what was going on between the two?
After that happened, it came like a bunch of police car. They put me in the car police. We came downtown.
And that was after the police took you and put you in a police car after this all happened?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the passenger of the vehicle that filmed everything.
Yeah. Oh, now we're going to watch it. A tiny trigger warning because we don't actually know what we are going to see.
That's true. We haven't seen this whole video.
And just, maybe you recognize this?
Yes.
This would be your cell phone video, is that true? This is the start of it?
Yes.
So this would be about where you're standing when you started to get out of the car and started videotaping.
Yes.
Play it now, Your Honor. Please.
Oh my God, cameraman. You zoom in on a mole, you can't zoom in on the screen.
Don't buy in like that, though. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, guys.
Now you say he's good for me, bro. Yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay. Not resisting. Now you good, not resisting nothing, bro. Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? You good, man. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro. Yeah. Like he good, bro. Like can you talk to him like good? Like can you? Yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Now he good at for. Yo, you hit him too. Get that shit. Now he ain't brought no taser. I see that. Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Get back. Get back.
That looks pretty bad.
1915. I'll just bullet shooting. Nothing great.
Nothing great is what he said. Yeah, this video is not very good. Oh my God, cameraman, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'd like to go, if that helps you remember some things. There's something about get the keys. You said get the keys. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was,
Did you have the keys? You know what was that about?
I don't remember. But I did say her get the keys, but I don't remember.
And did you have any keys for it? Did you have keys? Did you have the keys for the car? Did you?
Don't remember.
You also said something about you heard him say you hit him too. What do you recall? Who hit who?
Hmm?
There's something on the video. You said you hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Who hit him? Who hit who? Who's doing the hitting?
Because they was going back and forth still. I was speaking at the moment when I was there. So right now I can't say.
It's hard for you to remember.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Actually, I think it's going to be a while for you to cross, so I'm going to take a break. Since it's been about almost 2 hours, so
That'd be great, Your Honor.
I think now would be a good time to take our morning break. And so, I apologize.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna move this
One break
microphone.
here.
All right, and so we're gonna take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10:45. Meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down. in
Oh,
your
we can
seats
speed
and
right up.
discuss the case with each other.
Oh, are we behind?
And no access
We're behind a few.
to electronics, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Oh, but we don't want to pull up the
All right, please.
talking heads. Come on.
Mm.
Well, I mean, I'll talk about it in a minute.
It might be in another.
We can go back.
Welcome if you're just.
Yeah, I
we-
mean, they're probably, because this was just his from mobile phone, and I don't know if the defense will play more. Maybe it's more.
Yeah,
Then
I
you
mean,
have then you have the dash cam that where you can hear. Then you have the body cam where you also hear all the things.
Yeah.
And there was surveillance
There's
also.
surveillance, which I don't think they'll pick up his. Well, they pick up some voices, but I don't know if you can hear it all that well.
Yeah.
What I will say is that after the comment that I made when the officer said nothing good, I think he was radioing in shots fired, and then you couldn't hear the response, and then he said nothing good, meaning something. I don't know what that means, but so I think he did radio in shots fired. I think the video is bad, though, to answer the super lawyer, Nick Rekieta, because it doesn't sell self-defense to me.
No, I mean,
you've seen it now because your whole thing was if he pushes the head down and then takes the shot, that was an issue for you. And I know Bronca's technical standpoint, but and the officer's going to have to testify, but I don't think this video helps the officer. That's what I mean by that was a bad video.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because if basically it is, here's a guy who doesn't want to be tased, but the officer has a suspect who does not comply.
Yeah. And he's already lost his taser, so he can't use the less than lethal.
Yeah.
Right. So if his position is that while the guy on his stomach and the officer on his back, with a knee in his back, with a gun drawn on him, with presumably let's just say the taser's in his right hand and he's flailing about, is that imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? Assuming the guy's not like weird double jointed. I mean, maybe he could get his arm around with the taser, right, and tase the cop. I don't know. We're not seeing the right hand, which is supposedly where the taser is at the time of the shot, right?
Yeah,
Because that we didn't know. We
Yeah.
didn't know that prior
Yeah,
to.
but I don't think we see it in any video. That's his Schurr's claim.
There's probably other officers that arrived on the scene and might have seen the taser on the right-hand side. I have to imagine there's someone that's going to testify as to which hand the taser was in. either on the state's case or the defense's case.
Yeah.
For the defense attorney to deliberately, specifically point out that he moved the taser from his left hand to his right, meaning Lyoya doing that, I have to imagine there's witnesses. Someone's going to testify to that.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Mm.
What you get from that is the witness is the troublemaker. He's telling the cop not to do his job. Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, no, he doesn't have a taser. Man, he's got a taser. Oh, just talk to him. He can talk. It's like, I don't know if he's still drunk, if he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know. It was weird commentary from the passenger.
Yeah, and I'm still not certain if this is the one where the barbs comes out, or if it is as one of these dual you can fire on a distance and use it close quarters.
So what it sounds like to me from the state's opening is that it shoots barbs out on a wire, but then it can also be used as a stun gun, or if you make contact. That's at least my impression. The judge denied the defense's motion to do a taser demonstration live in the courtroom, which would have been awesome.
Yep.
But so we won't get to see it fired, but I'm sure we're going to have some testimony about it.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think they were both drunk. I'm pretty certain they were both drunk. But it's interesting to note that his car was making a noise and he pulled himself over. Because when we first watched it, we just assumed it was a traffic pullover. And like you said, I want to see when the lights and sirens turned on.
Yeah. I mean, when does the dash cam turn on? Because we saw it.
It usually turns on 30 seconds or so before. So if you have a dash cam and then you turn it on, it will back up a certain amount of time. Then start playing. So officers, I think there was testimony that the officer had not testimony, there was a statement from the police when they first released the video that when he engaged his traffic lights to initiate a traffic stop, the camera turned on from 30 seconds prior. When that's 30 seconds before he turns his lights on.
Yeah, but it will be interesting because if it is that no sirens, no lights, all of a sudden the situation changes somewhat. I mean, because then the car with the suspect has already stopped.
I wanted to pull
so
this up.
Is it then a lawful stop?
Yeah, which would then take him outside of lawful self-defense.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of protests in favor of this officer. That's what I wanted to kind of show. So this is outside the courthouse in Kent County.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of protests going on. Both sides, apparently.
Why are they having... Is that what's that type of flag?
That is
the blue line.
The blue line flag. Yeah, that's pro-police flag. These cameramen, they like zooming in on people's lips and moles, and like, let's not zoom in on the actual evidence. Let's zoom in on something random.
So if it wasn't a traffic stop, why did he get out of the car? To check what the sound was.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That makes more sense as to why the Lyoya got out of the car. If he just pulled himself over to go check on his car and then was like getting out, makes way more sense as to why he got out of the car.
Now the car still had fake plates.
It did. And the traffic stop was justified, in my opinion.
Yeah,
because of the fake plates.
Yeah. I mean, if the sirens and lights came on, because I haven't seen a video where I can hear or see that, to my recollection. It might be this quinky donk that, oh, I hear a sound. There's a cop car behind who is planning.
Yeah.
They stopped without me doing the woo 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 woo.
I remember years ago, I pulled into a gas station at the pump and I was filling up, and then the cop rolled up behind me and turned on his lights. He was like, "Oh, I saw you on the road over there," and he was like pulling me over in the parking or in the gas station at the pump, even though I'd already been stopped long enough to get to start filling up. I don't know. It's weird. Ooh, Cindy's gonna go down to the protest. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, go there, Dave.
Yeah.
Interview all of them.
You want me to go there? I could go. I could be the man on the street one of these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? I could go down there, get a feel for it. I'll go sit in the courtroom. You can keep the stream going, and I'll hang out in Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
For a day. Yeah. I feel like that's a cover story for the passenger that the passenger came up with. He seems like a very shady character. I'm certain it's not the whole truth. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, because he kind of behaved very, very differently with the phone in his hand than his behavior in court.
Cross will be interesting. I think the state was done, so now we're going to go on to cross. Right? Yeah. He's not off the stand. They're just taking a break. All right. I think we're back.
Yep.
The courtroom doesn't seem no. It does seem fairly full. They're not very large courtrooms there.
Yeah, and the backsplash is sponsored by the Masons of Michigan.
Yeah, I know.
The stonemasons of Michigan. I want one of these judges' chair. Where do I get one of those?
Judge's chair? I just threw mine out. I had one in my office for a while, like a big black chair. It comes up over your head.
I have this. It's a great chair, but I want this really gigantic. Maybe I should get myself a Chesterfield.
There you go. There you go. Real leather. None of that fake leather stuff. Or vinyl.
Yeah.
I bought a big oversized chair for the office years ago, and it was the most uncomfortable thing, but it was big. So you looked important.
Yeah, because this one is starting to creak. But I have had it for a year and a half, which is a new record for an office chair before it starts to creak.
I just brought a new chair up here into the treehouse. I got rid of that white one that you sat in.
Good choice.
Yeah, I know. Well, like if I'm going to be sitting here for a whole trial, I'm not sitting in that thing. No, Grand Rapids is like the opposite of Flint. It's got a great nightlife. The downtown is vibrant. It's very conservative. Grand Rapids is a nice little city. Yeah. My wife and I visited there. We went and saw a show there and stayed the night and hung around downtown a few months back. It's a nice area.
I'm not outgrowing my share. Hush.
You think the cop might get a not guilty? It's a very conservative town. Politics shouldn't play into it because, again, I'm fairly conservative and I would have a hard time acquitting him based off of what I've seen thus far. But again, he's not guilty.
Up until the jury says otherwise, he is presumed not guilty.
I'm struggling with this one. I'm always like, they're not guilty unless I see evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And with that one video alone, I'm just like, I'm guilty.
Yeah, and I'm still stuck at that. Pushes his head down because he has his entire body to shoot at, and he chooses the back of his head.
So
I have a huge.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that one, just that. Push the head down against the ground, and then a bullet in the back of the head. I have such a hard time with that sequence because if he has the state of mind to do that, he also should have the state of mind of pushing himself back.
What if he comes out and says, well, I didn't mean to pull the trigger. I was training the weapon on him as a position of self-defense, and I tried to push myself off of him to stand up, and the gun went off.
I wouldn't buy that.
But let's say
Because-
that's this
Your
testimony.
Honor.
Would you acquit?
No.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Tuyushime.
Man, so-
Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
My name is Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Schurr. You testified on direct that you had a relationship with Patrick Lyoya,
Yeah, yes.
right? Okay. I think you said he's a friend, like a brother,
Yes.
so you've known him a long time.
I know him for a while.
But you don't know his last name, did you?
Now I do, but before I didn't.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you didn't know Patrick Lyoya's last name?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you referred to him by a nickname, right?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
I think called him Pimp.
Pimp?
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, I think you indicated that you spoke English to each other,
Yes.
and that's because any African languages you might use, it was easier to communicate in English than those languages. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you had no trouble understanding Patrick Lyoya when he spoke English to you,
No.
and he had no trouble understanding English when you spoke to him.
Yeah, we communicate.
Okay, that's how you communicate, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the night before the incident. You were at your apartment, correct?
Hmm?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That because we're recording everything, if you say mm-hmm or uh-huh, it's hard for the court reporter later to
Yeah, I'm
tell if
sorry.
it's yeah.
I
So
didn't hear you. Sorry.
that's okay. If you could use yes or no or even yeah or no, just something so we know whether you're agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm saying. Okay.
No problem.
Okay. So you were at your apartment the night before.
Not my apartment. I was at a friend's apartment.
Okay. So did you live with David Bakuru?
Yeah, I have lived with David Courtroom. Yes.
Okay. Were you living with David Bakuru at the time?
No.
Where were you living at the time?
I had a roommate. Different roommate.
Okay. And where were you living at the time?
And East Bayline. His apartment is East Bayline.
Okay. So on this is Sunday, you went over to David Bakuru's apartment.
Yes.
When did you
we
get there?
spent the night? It was just with there for I think it was there for over the week because all day. I think I was just there all day, Saturday too.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Hmm.
So you went to David Bakuru's apartment on Saturday?
I think Saturday, like late night, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The incident took place on Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know that?
Yes.
All right, so the day before that would be Sunday, right?
Yes.
The day before that would be Saturday.
Yes.
Is your testimony that you were at David Bakuru's house on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't remember if I was there all day. Don't remember
Okay, was Patrick Lyoya there
I
on
know.
Saturday?
because I know he was with me too.
There were women's too.
I don't know if he came find us over there. I don't remember exactly if he came later on Saturday, come find us over there. If I was, just been a while.
Okay, I understand. It's been a few years, right? Okay, so you may or may not have seen Patrick Lyoya on Saturday.
Yes,
Okay, and then do you for sure saw him on Sunday,
Sunday was together.
and you saw him at David Bakuru's house on Sunday.
Yes,
When did you go to David Bakuru's house on Sunday? What time of day?
I was
Hey,
Saturday. Like
how
I
that
said,
works.
Saturday, I think I may come late, but I remember I was there all day Saturday, Sunday. So I don't remember exactly the time.
All right, so I want to focus your attention on Sunday, the day before the incident.
Okay.
At some point, you're at David Bakura's house, right?
Yes.
And you don't live there.
No.
Okay. Um, what were you guys doing on Sunday at David Bakura's house?
Well, we was listening to like some African music, just hanging out, really.
And who was there?
It was some other guys from the town. Think Di Maria, Matendo, Ben, also Patrick.
Okay, and I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little bit too. You have a soft voice, so do I actually. So I always try to find the microphone. So you don't have to yell, just to get as close to the microphone as you can.
Okay.
Okay. So you said Di Maria was there?
Yes.
Is that a first name or a last name?
First name.
And who else?
David, Patrick, Ben also. That's the people I remember. And Matendo also.
So Di Maria, David, Patrick, and who?
Matendo.
Matendo?
Yeah.
And anybody else?
That's what I'm remembering so far.
Okay. And you guys were hanging out?
Yes, hanging out.
And you were drinking?
Also, there was some drinks there.
You were drinking, was Patrick Lyoya drinking?
Yes, yes, it was.
You recall what he was drinking?
Huh?
You recall what he was drinking?
Don't remember, but I know you like Budweiser. So.
Everyone knows he liked Budweiser.
And you guys were drinking all day?
Yes, we were just there hanging out. It's not like drink back to back, but just hanging out, listen to music.
Did you go to sleep that night on Sunday?
No, I did. I was up.
You pulled an all-nighter?
Yes.
And Patrick went to sleep at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so he had been drinking. He decided he wanted to go to sleep.
I don't know. He just was just laying down in the couch. He was probably getting some rest.
Okay, so is the couch in the main room where everybody's
Yes,
hanging
in
out?
the living room, yes.
And he's got all his clothes on?
Yes.
Is it fair to say he was passed out?
No, he was not passed out. He was good. He was not passed out.
You guys were talking and having a good time, right?
Yes.
He's on the couch with all his clothes on.
Yes.
And he'd be drinking.
Yes.
So you stayed up all night until the early morning of Monday, April 4th. Is it fair to say you were drunk?
Yeah. I was bad.
I was what?
I'm sorry?
I was a little bit bad. I was not too
Buzzed. Buzzed. He's trying to say buzzed.
That's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. You're not too drunk.
Yeah.
You're kind of drunk.
Because, I walked to the car. I'll still be able to move around.
Okay. So you decide to go somewhere on Monday morning.
Yes.
And you're going with Patrick Lyoya, right?
Yes.
Where are you going?
We was about to, one of our friends, he had to take his daughter to school. So we wake Patrick up so he can be able to drop him to his house so he can take his daughter to school.
Okay, so everybody's drinking in this apartment, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if everybody, because I was looking who's drinking or not. I know I was, but I don't know if everybody was.
All right, and so you decide that you need to take someone for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
And so Patrick Lyoya gets behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I know it's normal
He
conversation.
wasn't going to
saying-
drunk drive. He was going to buzz drive his
For the
daughter.
record, you have to say yes or no.
It's a huge difference there.
So why are you going with Patrick Lyoya to drop someone else off so he can take his child to school?
Look like he got some rest. They would just ask him a ride at the moment. I didn't have a car. Also, the other guy didn't have his car with him.
Okay, and why are you going?
Huh? Just going. I don't remember exactly.
Just going.
And so who was the friend that you had to drop off so he could take his child to school?
His name was Di Maria.
Di Maria?
Yes.
And had he been up all night drinking too?
Don't remember.
Okay. And he was going to take his kid to school?
Yeah, he said he had to take his daughter to daycare or school. I don't remember something like that.
Okay. All right, so it's about 8 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
All right. And you, I think you testified when the prosecutor was asking you questions that you went and saw Patrick Lyoya's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, is that where he lived?
I thought that was
Yeah,
Patrick's
because
house.
he told me he just
was in
moved
front of
there. He was trying to start a business, cutting hair. He likes to cut hair.
But this was a residential place where he would live, right? Was he going to cut hair out of this place, or was he going to live
so
there?
it was like a duplex. Actually, it's right around the corner where the accident happened. So it was like a duplex. It's a place upstairs and then in the basement. You can store people walking on the street.
Okay, and was he going to work as a hair cutter out of the basement?
Yeah, he said he want to start a business cutting his own hair. He's cutting people hair.
An underground, yeah, it was an underground barbershop. Like
All right, so you're driving around, you see Patrick Lyoya's place, and then you decide to drive some more, and then you decided you're going to go get something more to drink
Yeah, we'll grab some beer.
at 8 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, I don't remember exactly
okay.
the time was.
You grab some Budweiser,
Yes.
and Patrick Lyoya got behind the wheel of the car, right?
Just
Yes.
two good old boys.
And he's
Meaning no
driving
harm.
around drunk, right?
I don't know if he was drunk because I know he did get some rest when he was at home. So we thought actually he was good to drive because he got some rest.
His test came back
You have a driver's
0.29.
He should drive.
Yeah, that's
Cool.
Good, right?
That's
But do you know if he actually has one?
But I never asked.
3.5 times the legal limit.
And after a night of drinking, because he was passed out on the couch, you thought
That's
he was-
almost dead.
Is that fair?
I'd be
I don't
dead.
think he was passed out.
You would be
Just
dead in
because
0.01.
Want to get some rest, passed out.
You call the court after a glass of Prosecco.
It's a good thing they were closed the other night.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're driving around and I think you said.
But
Patrick
let's
Lyoya
just say
says there's
this
something wrong
speaks
with
for
his
the
car.
defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have two absolutely smashed individuals
Yeah.
out driving.
Yep. I mean, I think the fact that Patrick was extremely drunk does play into the defense a little bit, but remember the defendant has to know this. He has to know he's drunk.
Yeah.
So
I don't remember him saying I'm smelling alcohol either. So I mean, every cop smells alcohol when they are a mile away from a car.
Yeah, they all do.
They're super noses.
Yep.
And then he starts making right turns, right?
No. So because his car was, even when we left the place, his car was making a lot of noise. We went to drop my friend up. It was not making a lot of noise, and the car started making a lot of noises. Whatever the air comes in,
The question was, were you
So
making
wherever
a
the air
bunch of
comes in,
right
it
hand
was
turns?
making noise.
Yeah, the car was making noise. So
Okay.
I started making really noise, and then he said, "Okay, let me go check this out. Let's see what's going on with the car."
All right, and did he take any turns?
Yeah, he went to, yes. So he was driving, and then I remember he turned it like right. So he turned it right to go check out the car.
And then he took another right?
It was one right, because we was on the main road, and then he take it right.
And then he took another right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes.
You knew there were police behind you, didn't you?
No idea. I was on the phone. I didn't even hear the lights. That was the
All right, I think you said there was noise out of the back. And then Mr. Lyoya said to you, I'm gonna go check the noise.
I'm gonna go check that's why I put off at the road, the main road where was that.
I really want to see that
Because that's what I'm
dash
thinking. I'm on
cam
the
video.
phone.
Yeah, now I really want to see it.
Yes.
So he
We've been
What's
assuming
going on?
it was a
All right,
good stop.
is Mr. Lyoya
Right.
a mechanic?
Maybe it wasn't.
I never seen him fix a car.
I wonder if there's
So,
a log
There's a noise, you want to listen to the
for
noise.
when the officers enter
Jumps out of the
plates
car.
into the
Quickly
system.
gets out of the car, is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And before
He
he
didn't
did so,
hear
he
the
turned
lights.
Turn the car off, right?
I didn't see the siren or
don't
hear the
know.
lights.
Okay. If it's a noise, you would think he would want to keep the car on, right?
What's the question again?
Did you see Mr. Lyoya turn the car off?
No, I don't remember.
You
Because
don't
I know he
remember.
just put in the parking, then go check the car. So I remember. Excuse me.
Well, if he's going to go check the car and the noise is in the back,
Mm-hmm.
did you notice he went to the front of the car?
No, I saw him get it now. I didn't know this. I just saw him behind it.
Did Patrick Lyoya say anything like the car is broken down?
No.
Did he complain about the noise?
Yes, the noise because it started getting worse.
Okay, and then when did you notice that there was a police car with his lights on behind you?
So once Patrick got out, I heard him and the officer having some words. That's when I knew.
When you knew what?
If I remember, I think also the police officer. He came. I think I don't know if he was there in the car also talking to him. So I don't remember that one. Don't misquote it, but I don't remember. But when I exactly remember him when he got the car and then I saw him, they started having words back and forth.
So you're saying it's a coincidence that at the moment Patrick Lyoya got out of his car to check the noise, there happened to be a police officer pulling him over.
Yes.
So after you saw that there was a police officer and he was talking to Patrick Lyoya, did Patrick Lyoya open the door to the car?
Yeah, because yes.
Okay. Did he ask you for his ID?
I know. I remember he said to check something in my car. So
He asked you to open the glove box and look for his.
I think so. I don't remember exactly, but I think check my ID or check direct deposit for the ID.
Okay, and there was no ID in there, right?
It was like I don't remember because I don't remember giving him ID. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Well, you guys had bought beer earlier in the morning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you get carded? You know what I mean by that? Did anybody ask you for your ID when you bought the beer?
Yes, I think
Okay.
I had my ID.
Okay, and so you bought the beer?
Yeah, for that. I don't know who paid for it, but I had my ID. I probably ended up paying it. The bills.
Okay, and you keep your ID in your wallet?
Was it my yes?
Okay, and Patrick Lyoya had his wallet in his pants, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he's asking you to look for his driver's license in the glove box.
He asked me to look for so.
And you did not find one?
I don't remember finding.
Were there any IDs in the car of which you were aware?
Did I see it? I don't remember. I don't recall.
No. That was never asked. What this guy does.
All right, so you said that you started filming because things were looking bad. And certainly this did look bad, right? Patrick had been drinking and driving. You knew that.
Like I said, he was sleeping, so we thought he got some rest. He was be able to go to drive. So I was not in him for me to know if he was drunk.
Okay.
Seemed like he was driving fine. But,
Did you guys have open beer in the car?
yes,
Did you think that was okay?
no, that was not okay.
Okay, because you can't drive around with open beer in the car.
Mhm.
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
I'm sorry.
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
Like I said, I was told. I don't know what you consider drunk. Like, what drunk, not remember.
Would you
anything
consider
happened?
yourself
Or
pretty drunk?
What kind of drunk you consider?
Well, there's blackout drunk, right?
Yes.
You weren't blackout drunk where you can't remember anything, right?
Mhm.
And there's drunk where your ability to perceive what's going on is affected by the alcohol in your system. Do you think you were drunk?
I was still active. I was not. Too
Okay, so you get out of the car about after Officer Schurr, the police officer, follows him around the back of the car, right?
Yeah, they was going back and forth.
Okay, before he followed him, did you see Patrick Lyoya shove Officer Schurr?
They both was kind of aggressive with each other.
And before, did you see Patrick shove Officer Schurr?
No, I don't quite.
You don't remember Patrick shoving Officer Schurr,
No,
but you remember Officer Schurr shoving him,
no. It was two people going back and forth.
like fighting?
It looked like.
And then did you see Patrick Lyoya run around the back of the car?
Don't remember that one, because I know they went to the back. So if it was running, I don't remember, because I was still in the car still.
Okay, but at that point, did you put your phone down? I know you were playing on your phone, right?
Yes,
Once you noticed the commotion, did you start watching?
I kind of did. Yes,
And at some point, you saw Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya, right?
it's not so. It was two people, so I didn't see if you attack. I saw them aggressive with each other. That's why I decided I'm like, okay, something's going on. Let me take my phone and start calling.
Okay, all right. Did you see with your eyes Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya on the grass?
When I saw it, he was on top of Patrick. I
Okay.
don't remember him like attack, but all I saw he was on top of Patrick.
Okay, so there was a lot of back and forth, as you say,
Yes,
and that it was on the neighbors on the lawn, right?
yes,
Okay. And you saw, you got out of the car, right?
yes.
And you saw a neighbor come out?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing anybody else coming.
Okay, on your video, Mr. McFarland, can you pull up stipulated exhibit, Your Honor?
Do it.
B, but just focus on the cell phone video.
Gonna see the video again. Trigger warning, maybe, depending. Yeah, it's hard to hear him. Let me see if I can boost. I'll boost it a touch.
Yes,
Oh, this is the dash cam video.
If you could focus on just the cell phone video that Mr. Tiyashime took. This is, Your Honor, we have, there's two ways we could do this. There's a time notation that you see in green numerals, or the RFN number. And you're gonna hear more about the RFN number later, but they break down by, within the second, the actual frame. So this is RFN 155 for the record.
I'm not sure what they're trying to do with this video.
No,
This is defense exhibit A. Apparently
Oh, do they have all the videos synchronized?
it does. And the time is right above it as well.
I just wanted to make it clear for the record.
No, I appreciate it.
What part you fast forwarded to. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Mr. Tuyashime, what's on the screen is your cell phone video. You see that?
Yes.
So this is from your vantage point.
Yes.
All right, so you see the guy in the white t-shirt there?
Yes.
I know you can see him now because it's a video, but at the time you don't even remember that person being there?
No, I didn't, because I was just, it was happening real fast. And I took out the phone, so I wasn't paying attention to.
You didn't hear him talking to you?
Don't remember, but I think I heard some words, but don't remember the quote.
Okay, and if we could go and have ready to go RFN 4956. All right, so Mr. Tuyashime, so this altercation occurs between Patrick Lyoya and Officer Schurr, right? You're filming it. Patrick Lyoya starts trying to communicate with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's doing it in English, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're actually giving some kind of play-by-play on the video, right? You're telling yourself.
Sit
I
your
was
chair.
talking just looking at.
Yep.
I had the phone. Sometimes my just put it down, not down, but I was talking what I keep seeing.
Okay. And you know,
That would
since
be
you brought it up,
play-by-play,
you
talking
put
through
the
what you're
phone
seeing.
down.
No, not the down, like you know when you have camera and then you sideways, yeah.
So there's some
The
part of your
courtroom
film that
cameraman
we're
knows
looking at the
exactly what he's
ground,
talking about.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you do that? Do you recall?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right, and so you heard Patrick Lyoya yell at you, get the keys. If we could play 4956. You might need to back that up. Do you hear Patrick yelling at you to get the keys?
Yeah, just,
And he's looking at you, right?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, and I think you.
Okay, so the size difference isn't that big. I thought it were
Yeah.
bigger.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why Patrick is telling his passenger to get the key.
No.
I think he lives around
He
there,
asked
so
you
maybe
to
it's
start the car,
house key.
No.
and he does it 2 more times.
Open the door to the home, try to get away.
Don't remember.
I don't know.
You don't remember.
I just found that. Yeah.
Yeah, the
You
cop
heard
was
the
in
officer
control that time. a
at
little
the
bit.
time was trying to arrest Patrick, right?
Trying to arrest.
He kept saying, "Stop resisting,"
Okay.
right? Do you remember that?
Well, like I said, there was things going on between two officers, Patrick and the officer. Really, I just took out the phone, started recording. So, no,
You saw the officer trying to get Patrick under arrest, right?
yes,
Okay, and you knew Patrick Lyoya had been drinking and driving, right?
he was asleep. You keep asking me. You keep asking me the same thing, different angles. But for me, Patrick got some rest. But you say he was passed out. He got some rest, and then we say, Patrick, maybe it was good to drive. So
Okay.
I don't know if it was.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I don't know why.
And you let your other friend go drive his kid to school, right?
No, he didn't. I don't know if he drove the kid to school because we dropped him off. But you keep asking me different.
Well, because I'm trying, you're telling the officer, just,
Tired.
I'd like to ask a question, Your Honor. You are telling the officer to stop grabbing him like that, right?
Yeah, I heard in the video. Just heard, yes.
So you're
That's
telling the
you.
officer not to
That
arrest
you
him.
heard, right?
I'm not telling no officer what to do.
I would have pressed him a little bit more on this.
So now at the time, and I'm not talking about what you saw in the video, you saw Patrick Lyoya grab the taser, right?
I saw also in the video.
You saw him on the video do that. Okay. And you heard the officer tell him to drop the taser, right?
I heard, yes.
And now after Mr. Lyoya is shot, other police officers show up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they, you're still there, you're outside the car, right?
Yes.
And they tell you to
Yeah, this is Cross.
put your hands on your head, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And they tell you to back up, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
Okay, because you know that in that situation, you have to comply with the commands of the police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you telling Officer Schurr to let Patrick Lyoya go when he's telling him to stop resisting?
So exactly what you were asking. I'm not. I was just speaking as I saw the video, and then I'm not in a position to tell the officer what to do.
Okay, but you were, right?
I was. I feel like I wasn't.
Stop grabbing him that way?
Huh? Sorry.
You were telling the officer to stop grabbing him that way.
I saw them. They was fighting, but not fighting, going back and forth.
Were you telling your friend to stop grabbing the officer that way? Because those are the words that you said.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jury questions.
Come on, jury questions.
Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. No jury questions. William Butler? Who's that?
Sounds like a cop.
It does, doesn't it?
Will he come in full tactical gear?
Yeah. Let's hope so. Vest and all. Helmet. They need to up the volume.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear to you.
That's not a cop.
Yeah, could be.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Wayne Butler.
Yeah, that's a cop.
W-I-N-E-B-U-T-L-E-R.
Sure, I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. You were living in the area of Nelson and Griggs in the city of Grand Rapids.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell what were you doing that morning at your house?
I was actually.
Oh,
just
it's a
getting out of
neighbor.
the shower. Yeah, I was just getting out of the shower.
As you're getting out of the shower, did something catch your attention?
Yeah.
Unusual
He's the one we see in the
Yeah,
video.
so I was getting out of the shower. I go to my bedroom and I notice, my shades were shut, but I noticed like police lights, and it's kind of odd because I'm, far in. To this day, nobody's been pulled over in front of my, one of those kind of things. It's not like, anyway, so it was an odd occurrence. And so I look out and I just looked under the blinds and I saw it was like a traffic stop. And it preceded me to go downstairs and kind of see what was going on. I kind of raced down, put my shorts on or pants or whatever it was that morning, t-shirt.
Now you say when you looked at, I guess the initial, when you look out of your blinds, you say it's a traffic. What did you see specifically the traffic stop?
I saw the car that was being pulled over. here, and then the officer's car behind it. And I don't even quite remember if the officer had
Is this
got
the
out
neighbor
at
with
that
the body
point. I don't
cam or
even
the
know
one
if
on the
they
porch?
had gotten into that. I
Or not body
believe
cam,
that
the ring
by
cam.
the time I had got my pants on real quick and went downstairs to see what was going on, it had just started. That's what I recall.
When you say it just started, what do you mean it just started?
That's 60 second or a minute and 30 seconds. That was, you know, what I guess the video that everyone's seen.
Okay. So I guess, you know, without getting the video right now, tell the jury, when you come downstairs, you put your pants, where do you go?
So I'm on my porch, and it's you know, closed in. So I'm just kind of like observing what's going on at the time. And then I see Patrick get out, and he's out of his car. That was the first thing. I'm like, man, you're supposed to get out of the car. But then I see this tussle proceed. And yeah, it was horrific. I mean, the first thing I kind of noticed that kind of caught my attention was something that was black fell off. And at first I thought it was an officer's gun, and I didn't want to get shot. Like immediately that's where my mind went. This tussle is going to end up in someone dying, you know? And I didn't know what. It's like one of those things your spirit tells you. You don't know, you know, but you don't know what to do.
So you can stop you right there.
Okay.
You try and stick with what you
Okay.
saw.
Yeah. Okay.
What you saw, what you remember. So when you see where's this initial tussle that you see when you're standing on your porch?
It comes from the street and it goes like to my front lawn. So in the front lawn is where I saw the black thing fall off, and I guess it ended up being a shoe or maybe a walkie-talkie or something. But yeah, that's
a body cam.
That's what I.
Describe a little bit better for the jury. What do you see of the tussle then? Is it now they're in the front yard?
Okay.
What describes the tussle?
So the tussle is like the officer has Patrick, and he's running. So the car is here, and he's like running in like a circle, like if somebody was running, they were committing a crime, like they'd run straight, right? But he was running in like a circle. And then there was this guy, and he's just videotaping this whole thing. And I'm like, what is going on here? You know, this is all the way out of control. It's a wrestling match that like, what I saw was a wrestling match where Patrick didn't fight back, but he didn't like physically fight back and the officer like had control of him, but it was a tussle. If that can explain it best,
he loves that word, tussle.
So you're talking about a wrestling match?
Nick, you want to tussle?
Yes.
When you say, what do you mean Patrick didn't fight?
No.
Meaning like he was like he didn't lay down. Like my daughter wrestles, right? So he was like the one on the ground the whole time. But he wasn't like just like put your hands behind your back. He wasn't.
They are really trying to not say resisting.
He wasn't like fighting the officer off. It wasn't that kind of thing. You know, the officer was on top of him, holding him down.
I got to make another
call.
He
was like, he was trying to work his way. That's what I mean by tussle. You know, if you can kind of picture that.
So this is happening essentially in your yard?
Yes.
So what happened, this tussle? What happens after?
Then Patrick gets up, and then it goes next door.
How does it go next door?
So
Sorry to interrupt, but please let him finish the question completely. I know you don't testify every day, but just let him finish the complete question.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then answer,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we're talking over each other.
I'm sorry.
And then that makes it hard when someone wants to transcribe.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Good ruling, Judge.
So you go back in terms of, so you say he gets up, you saw Patrick get up, describe to the jury what you saw as they moved.
The prosecution just
It
kept
seemed like
asking
match, you know, like
questions
wrestling
while
match.
he was trying to answer the first
I'm
question.
just saying, like a wrestling match, they engage.
So the judge interrupted and said, "You let him finish the answer."
You know, and then like, I don't know how to describe it other than like, in that time, Patrick, like he could have ran away. The officer could have called for backup in this re-engagement period.
What you saw and heard, not what they could have done. Let's say you just describe what you saw and heard.
He keeps talking under his breath. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This
so,
court reporter's here.
I went out there at
Horrible
that point, and how it got to the other part of the lawn, he got up and was kind of trying to pull his pants up and kind of ran over to the other side. And the officer, then they re-engaged and kind of wrestled over there. When they were in my front yard, I remember telling them to just stay down, you know, Patrick. I remember telling Patrick to stay down. and then got back up, and I know I'm not doing a great job. I'm sorry.
This guy's all excited.
Well, they're on the ground in front of your house after they walk across. Do you see Patrick punch, the right punches, or any like?
No.
Resisting doesn't mean punching.
Never saw that as they transitioned into the other yard.
I would like to see this prosecutor prosecute a person
into the other yard
for resisting arrest,
the officer,
and see what he
taser,
describes a similar situation.
The taser didn't work. Like it shot him and it went in his clothes. I don't know how they work, but it didn't like the effect didn't happen. And they were both like kind of surprised that didn't like stop the situation.
Could you go in a little bit? What did you see? And can you describe a little bit better for the jury what you saw that taser shot? How a little more detail? What you saw the two of them doing? How are they positioned? What exactly did you see?
They're like maybe say 3 to 6 feet apart. And he deploys the taser, and then Patrick kind of gets it in his chest and kind of like pulls it out, and then they re-engage, and then that's where he's trying to like keep the taser down.
Who's trying to keep the taser?
Patrick was trying to keep the taser, like he was trying to like keep the taser away from him. And then I ran upstairs to go get my phone like the other gentleman. And
why did you do that?
Because I didn't know that there was anything else that I could do at this point. I felt like I talked to the officer, I talked to Patrick. And maybe I didn't. Maybe there was more I could have done. But
you say you talked to the officer. What do you mean by that?
I just told them both. I just said, "Hey, stay down, just relax, chill. Hey, get your guy. I was just trying to calm the
Meanwhile, the
situation.
officer's focused on one thing, and he's got a bunch of people yelling at him.
When I went upstairs,
Yeah.
if I didn't go upstairs, I think if somebody had been there to oversee,
Depending on how the defense
Now going back in terms of
draws the picture for the jury, this is not good for the prosecution.
Did you say anything?
I don't know. I can't testify to anything. I don't know. It was really a traumatic experience. It was very, very traumatic. And like a lot of it's blocked out, and I'm only going to tell you what I know to be a fact.
What did you remember the officer saying?
I don't know. I think I blocked out a lot of those words. I just remember the actions and the moment and the feeling.
Now, you went upstairs, so you didn't see how it ended.
Yes.
Did you hear anything after you went upstairs?
Yes. So I ran upstairs, and I actually timed myself like before, just so I'd have like the proper information for the jury. And it's like 7 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, grab my phone off the bed, run back downstairs. And by the time I got to like the third step, I heard the pop, like the third step from the floor. I heard a pop, and then I looked, and then he stepped back and he said, "Officer involved shooting." And yeah, that was.
And you were inside your house at that point in time?
No, I just got back. Yeah, when the shot went off. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Now we're going to show you Exhibit 1, the video again. Let's go through it a little bit with you. Put it up on the screen, please. Hey, dim the lights too, please, if you could. There's a laser pointer right here. Just hit that thing up.
Okay.
That's the guy who was scared of being shot, and he stands right there.
I know.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You recognize this?
I go back inside,
that's
man.
my house, and that's my fiance's car.
And are you in this?
Yes, that's me in the white shirt.
Is this a game of peekaboo?
That's me in the white shirt.
So this is after you come outside.
Yes.
How long were you standing there after the running? Were you outside when the running occurred? You talk about running around the car.
So I was here for most of it, and then I came out once it got to be like this, and I believe that's where I was saying just stay down. But I wanted to keep the distance. Like you notice where I'm positioned with the car, I didn't want to get shot. Like in my whole time in my mind, and I know it's just my opinion, but this is why I'm positioned like this, because somebody's going to get shot. If you wake up in the morning and you see this, this isn't going to end good.
All right, so just
Sorry.
there.
Okay.
So we're gonna play a little bit more.
Yo, man, you good. Yo, don't bring him like that, though.
Did you hear that? I'm a black man too?
Yeah.
So is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Who are you talking to?
Why are they not
talking to
showing the
Patrick. I was
video?
just telling him, man, come on. I know it might not be your day, man, but you got to stay down to live.
Yeah. Now you say you good, brother. Yo, what's up, man?
Now you're off the screen. Are you still watching?
Yes.
So you're
Yeah.
have you moved at
No,
all?
I'm still behind the car. Yeah.
But in terms of,
I'm where I can see. Yes.
in terms of where I can see from this point, there's sometimes where the screen goes out. Did you ever see Patrick throw a punch?
No.
Ever see Patrick kick?
No.
Patrick throw a headbutt or anything?
No.
Like that? Patrick was just walking along as he sees in the video.
Yeah, yes.
Not resisting. Now you good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Come on, dog. I heard that.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Who were you talking to at that point?
Just like the whole situation, like just stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. Just stop. Like this is an officer of the law, and like it in America's history, this is how it ends every time.
Just stop right there.
Get on your soapbox, man. I want to hear
I was
it.
just trying to reason with the person that needed to be I felt could reason with. I didn't know I could reason with the officer necessarily.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
So I'm gonna stop right there. Did you see this?
Hey, Sherry B.
Remember when?
Yeah, I remember him trying to hold back the taser. I remember the
Welcome.
taser coming out and then the
Hey,
taser
Sherry.
not working.
Good to have you here.
You say, who's trying to hold back the taser?
She's on my channel.
Off the taser
Mine.
in the struggle, like he was trying.
Come over to
He
mine.
was
It's
trying
better
not to
over
get
here.
tased.
No.
Were you outside for this part?
I don't quite remember. I think I might have gone upstairs in that last couple 6 seconds. Oh no, I was there for that part. Yep. Yeah, because they were struggling over the taser.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Remember if you were outside at this point in time?
I'm not sure. I probably was. I went upstairs for that last 6 seconds of the video, as I said. That's what I know to be a fact.
So just before the shot was up,
Yes.
How do you know
Yeah.
if you weren't there?
time when you were outside watching, did you see punching, kicking, hitting like that?
No.
Did you hear him say anything the officer threatened him?
No.
Everything what you heard is basically captured on the cell phone.
Absolutely.
Except for those 6 seconds that you weren't.
No.
You weren't there because you were upstairs. The last 6 seconds where the shots were fired.
Hmm.
Or was he there for the shots?
Then you came back outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you stop grabbing him like that? Now he good at for. Yo, you hit him too. Now he ain't brought no taser. I see this.
Wait. Who was the one? Was that the passenger that said he got no taser? No. I'm just joking. I seen it. Was that the passenger?
I have no idea.
Listen carefully again. I just caught that.
Yo, you hit him too. Now he ain't brought no taser. I see this.
No, he ain't brought no taser. I'm just kidding. I seen it. Isn't that what he says?
Yeah.
Sure sounds like it to me. God. Get that guy back on the stand.
Now, is this when you came back outside?
Yes.
So this is what you saw when
Yeah.
you came back out?
Yeah. And I saw him backing up, saying officer involved shooting. He called it in right away. That's what I saw.
So that's what you saw as him backing up?
Yeah. I didn't quite see the get back, but I did see that.
I guess during this whole incident, what, you see the person, you didn't know, you didn't know Patrick, you didn't know.
I know nobody.
The person taking the cell phone, did you ever see him approach getting closer than this?
No.
No. What was he doing?
He was just
Wait,
recording.
is it a yes? This guy, he's so dramatic. This witness.
Did you see Patrick?
Why are we here, man? Why are we here?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
This cross is going to be spicy.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Do you need water, sir?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
That's what it's for, yeah.
Maybe he's
It's not
defense
a,
friendly, and that's why he was
test
so
to see how long
hostile
you
on
can
the
go
state
without
side.
water. Help yourself. Do you need help? You've never testified before? I guess you testified once.
Yeah.
Okay. Take your time. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. So I think we've established that you didn't see everything.
Yes.
And you ran upstairs kind of during the critical moment, right?
The last 6 seconds, God spared my eyes. Yes.
And if we could switch over to the fence. And Mr. McFarland, if I can get the video. This is Exhibit A.
You guys got to speak up, man.
If you could go to RFN 3625. And if we could dim the lights, please.
Too far,
And
too
if
far.
you
Back
could
it up.
zoom in on the,
Back it up.
dash cam.
There you go.
Mr. Butler, do you still have the
Yes,
laser
sir.
pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize what's been displayed on this screen as this is Defense Exhibit A, and it's at RFN 3625. Your house is in the foreground there,
Yes, sir.
and that's you in the white T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're just getting ready for work, right?
That's it.
Yeah. You weren't planning on this in your day, right?
No, sir.
Okay. What time do you normally go to work?
That morning I was actually heading to the auction in Jenison.
Okay.
Yeah. So about 9 o'clock. Yes.
Jennison. Did she say mean Genesee?
What kind of auction?
Car auction. I
Okay,
was
so that's what
working
you
with
do for a living?
Yeah. I was working, yeah.
All right, so you're coming out, and
This
for
guy
the record,
buys and
is that
sells
about
cars.
the time when you came out of your house? Is that fair? I can back it up a little bit if you want. I just want to get the time when you actually came out.
No, I didn't appear. So I was on my porch with the door closed first, like watching from a safe place. And then when I saw it escalated, I figured I should step outside, and that's when you see me kind of intervene. So when you see me off of the porch,
So it's an ongoing arrest,
you know,
and when it heats up, you go out.
Yeah, I was gonna say he intervenes. He just said he intervenes
watching. I didn't just
when it heats up.
jump out into action. You know, I was kind of observing to see what was going to happen
All
first.
right, and were you watching through that door that is now open?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. McFarland, if you could back it up. Okay, stop there. So it's kind of hard to see, but you can see you're watching there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you're through the door, and there's a car between you and Mr. Lyoya and Officer Schurr. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And they're on the ground at this point.
Yep.
Right? So were you able to see them on the ground, or did you come out to get a better view?
That's I came out to see what was going on. Yeah.
So you don't have a full picture of what's going on. Did you see? If we can go back another 5 seconds. stop there. I think you're on it. It's not clear, RFN 3406. I'm showing you, it appears that you're not in the doorway. Is that fair?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of where you were at this point?
Maybe on the way down the stairs.
Okay. When you first noticed something was going on, were you upstairs?
Yeah, I was in the window to the left,
Okay.
the upstairs window to the left.
And your stairs are sort of just down the corner, you come down and then you're on the
Exactly.
porch?
That window right there on the side is to my steps.
Okay, and if you could point with it on the
Oh,
laser
I'm
pointer.
so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So this, my steps, this is my bathroom. And anyways, I came right down the steps.
And it's listed for
I observed
225. No.
on the initial light.
Okay. And so you came down, and if we could.
Known from court TV.
I always wonder why people run from the police.
Yeah, that rarely ends well.
Stop there.
And just saying, if that happened out here, I would be in the safest room in the house.
Very close.
I would not go outside.
With the officer and the person he's trying to arrest. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified you don't know either of these people.
No,
right?
no.
There's just an officer and a person on your. Is it your lawn or the neighbor's lawn?
I'm surprised this guy
That
didn't
is
start
my
filming
lawn
it.
there.
Why are
Well,
we
it's right
on the
behind
water
my
cup?
fiance's.
What's
That's,
this
I didn't
cameraman
want the
doing?
cars to get damaged. Or I didn't, I mean, I'm just think about it, and yeah, my neighbor's lawn is next door, sir. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's.
Oh,
So they're on your neighbor's lawn.
That's my neighbor's lawn. I'm sorry, and this is my lawn.
Okay, and you used the laser pointer to show that your lawn is adjacent to the one that the two people fighting are on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and now if we could go to RFN 6056.
These
And if we could
internal
pull up
codes. I have
on
no
the
idea what they
dash
mean.
cam.
Yeah, that's him in the white T-shirt in that video,
Okay,
Derek.
and now, so this is later on. This is after Mr. Lyoya and the officer have moved across the lawn.
Okay.
Okay. Can you still see yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so you're still watching.
Yes.
And if we could go forward. Play forward, please.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Stop there, please. So at 6603, RFN 6603, you poke back out after going inside, right?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. And you appear to be talking.
Okay.
Is this when you're talking to the passenger of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be looking at you?
No, sir.
He wasn't looking at you?
Oh well, no. Maybe he was looking at me, but he wasn't responding to me.
Did you make eye contact with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I was speaking
If you
directly
remember.
to him. Yes.
Okay, people, play
The
forward.
passenger was in the car that the suspect was in. He just got out of that car right in front there.
Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like, can you, stop guarding him like that. Like he good at it first. You hit him too. Now he ain't brought no taser.
Stop there. Okay, can you describe what you're doing at RFN 7314?
To be completely honest, sir, I'm not even sure. I mean, at some point I was speaking to the gentleman here, and I was telling him to get your guy, but I don't know what I was doing specifically
Well,
at the
can you
moment.
see, you can still see yourself in the house there, can't you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your white t-shirt.
Yes.
Fortunately, you're wearing white because it makes it easier to see you behind the screen. door, right?
Yes.
And is this the point where you think you might have gone upstairs? We could play a little further. Would that help?
Yeah, that would, it would
Okay,
help.
let's
It
play.
really would.
Okay, stop there. Oh, well, can you go a little further so we don't have a windshield wiper blade? Okay, so do you see yourself anymore?
No, I don't.
And we are at RFN 7415. So is it fair to say at this point, you are going up the stairs, not watching what's happening?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fair.
All right, now if we could go to RFN 8396. And if you could blow up. All right, at RFN 8396, do you see yourself opening the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this consistent with what you recall when you came back down?
Yes.
Okay, and we can take that off and turn the lights on. Now, I think you indicated that you talked to Mr. Lyoya, right?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get him to not resist arrest. Is that fair?
Yeah, to comply.
To comply with what the officer is telling him to do.
Correct.
Okay. You also talked to the passenger of the car.
Yes.
I think I heard you say, tell your boy to do something.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did not see any assistance from the passenger.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You saw Officer Schurr breathing heavy?
Yes.
Heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew the officer was tired?
Yes.
Okay. You saw him completely out of breath?
Yes.
Okay.
They were both exhausted.
Okay. It was your perception that
My perception.
both of them were
Yes.
both exhausted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe you said that you saw him grab the taser
Yes.
and move it aside.
Yeah, they were
Who's him?
struggling over the taser. Yes.
Okay.
Who's him? I missed that.
Did you saw Mr. Lyoya pulling at the taser?
Like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
I guess
That's
you
cleared
could
up.
Say that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Pulling at it is trying to.
Grab it?
No, not take it away, but to avoid it.
Well, you saw him get the taser, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes, they struggled over it. Yeah.
All right. And since this happened, you saw all these videos. Right?
Yes,
You
yes,
talked
yes.
to a lot of people.
Well, I've seen the video enough that one needs to see it. That was
Okay.
there.
All right. And again, you're being very conscientious of this, so I appreciate you not testifying to things you never saw.
That's
Right.
that's
And
all. I wanted.
nobody's asking you to do
Yes,
that.
yes, sir.
You know what? I'm going to say that this guy is sort of a straight shooter witness. He's not playing either side. He's the same regardless who's asking him questions.
Yeah.
And I like that about a witness. That's what you want out of a witness, in theory. You always want a witness that's favorable to your side, but for the system wants a witness like this guy.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to need our video, please. It's going to be exhibit 2. I'm going to go to exhibit 2. This is another stipulated kind of same stuff we've seen, but just somewhere. This is our exhibit 2.
Oh, they were done?
Yeah, he seems honest. There's a new exhibit.
Going over a little bit of the same ground, I want to make sure.
Oh, they're done. Okay, so this is redirect.
This is exhibit 2, the in-car video that's been stipulated to, and we're at about 145. We don't have the RFAs, we're about 145 into it. Now, from our view here, it doesn't.
And this prosecutor is allergic to microphones as well.
See yourself there?
No, I don't.
They're all
Not
horrible.
yet, sir.
I'm going to play it here. Okay. Do you see it there? Do you see yourself now?
Yes.
Once again, you talk, on your direct exam, you're talking about kind of a circle run.
Right, because I was upstairs in this room, and that's when I saw the lights and I saw the stop and I saw him get out. And then when I came down, I see him on the other side of the car doing this. So to me, it's running in a circle. You know, if you don't plan on this, you wake up, you come downstairs and you see this, someone's running in a circle.
And that's what I was going to ask you. How did you see that? Because, this is, maybe backing up a little bit. Back 10 seconds. So 143, you're not in the window.
No, I believe I'm right up there now. But yes.
I'll just play it again. Kind of going right there. Did you see any of that?
No, not that I recall.
So this is kind of when you pick it up then.
Right, when I pop out, yeah.
That's when you pop out here. And what made you come outside there?
The tussle in the front lawn.
So you just want to kind of lend your assistance?
Well, it's on your property. When God brings something to you on your front doorstep, it doesn't get any more literal than that if you're a person of faith.
Wait, God brought this.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, we'll follow up a little bit here.
The prosecutor's like, I don't know where to go from here.
When we testified earlier, this is when you're talking about the wrestling.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of when being in the wrestling, who was on the bottom?
Patrick was on the bottom at all.
The officer's on the top.
At all times.
At all times.
Well, he had control the whole time. The officer had control the whole time. As I testified before, I'm a sports fan. It's like watching a game where the team has the lead the whole time. It might be close, but one team has the lead the entire game.
So I guess who's having the lead the entire game is what you're saying.
The officer had the lead.
The officer had control. Was winning the fight. Well, I mean, I guess he won at the end, but
yeah. Technically,
right?
You're not going to let it run, but you can still see over the car here.
Yeah.
There's a flag on the play, though.
And is this the point where the taser was grabbed?
Yeah.
Mr. Morgula asked you on direct in terms of, you said, no, not trying to take it away. Why do you tell the jury? Why are you saying that to the jury?
So in my opinion, what it felt like to me is he wasn't trying to get tased. Once and again, whether that's right or not, it wasn't like he was going to take the taser the way I felt. He wasn't going to take the taser and use it. I saw him like, if this is the taser, he was like holding it down, holding it away from him type of deal. It wasn't.
Yeah, but you didn't see it when they were when the
successful.
shot was taken. That's the point.
Over the car, even over the car.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Jury questions.
Nothing further.
Speak up, Judge.
You may, Your Honor. There you go.
No jury questions? All right, court's going to go on lunch. Personal foul, illegal contact. Yeah, exactly. Behind the head.
One's fine with us, Your Honor. It's your courtroom, so.
I know. I have so many questions. I'd be asking so many questions.
So we'll get started back at 1. So meanwhile, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and remember you're not to discuss.
That officer looks young. How old is he? Is he even 40 yet? All right. We've gotten through 3 witnesses, and court's going on their lunch break. Is he 33 or 34? He looks young. Oh. All right. So we are on lunch break. Nick, what are your thoughts? The opening statement, first few witnesses. How you feeling about this? You're muted, sir. All good points you were making, by the way.
Yeah. Opening statement from the state, short, concise, this is what we will show. Defense a bit long, winding, repeated herself. But then you get to go to, okay, what's actually been shown here?
Yeah.
And
I wasn't
this-
terribly put off by the defense's opening, even though I
Mm.
agree with you. It was long and a little windy and circly.
Yeah, and then the first few witnesses is supposed to, I mean, the prosecution should be telling a story. You need to hear, boom, and then a middle part where here's all the technical evidence, then boom, a new witness that makes a splash, a few more witnesses, and then end with another boom, because then you have the, I don't get a boom with these first witnesses, because they kind of goes to the defense almost.
All of them kind of do. I don't know. First of all, I don't know why the first witness was called. He was the one that he kind of was hosting a party or whatever. They were at some event or bar or something like that. This group of Africans living in America get together. I don't really understand the reason for his testimony, other than it supports the idea that Lyoya was not drunk, because his testimony was, I didn't see him drinking, or I didn't see him drunk. You know, if that's going to be an issue, then maybe that helps it. But otherwise, there's really no helpful information there.
No.
The passenger was extremely defensive to both sides, really. You know, he wasn't very pro-prosecution, but he also wasn't very state favorable. It was weird.
Yeah.
And none of these witnesses have been good on both sides. All of them are in the gray. I'm still in the gray.
Yeah, and that's bad for the prosecution.
Yeah, it is.
I would expect something. Okay.
Yeah, like a narrative. Like, you want to tell the story. You want to get the victim's mother. Well, she's probably in Africa, but you know, I don't know. You kind of want to hit the ground running a little bit more than this, but we'll see. It's early on. It's just the first morning. I think they're gonna the state's gonna rely heavily on the video and just be like kind of like I was like, look at it. It looks bad. Therefore, the guy's guilty. I didn't say he's guilty, but you know, look at the video. It looks bad.
Yeah, and we know they are going to the forensic evidence was we will probably hear from a tool mark analyst.
Oh God, yes.
Who describes a gun for an hour and a half. And,
you know what? The stupid thing is everyone's stipulating. We know it was the officer's gun. We know he shot, but we're going to have all of that testimony. So, but so we're going to end it here. I have a redirect set up. We're going to come back at 4 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what time that is, Sweden. That's
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Yeah, that's right. 4 plus 6. So we're going to come back then to stream the afternoon. So Nick can get a nap in and I can take care of some work. And then tomorrow, I think we were talking that we might start at noon Eastern and then go all the way through the trial. So we don't have the lunch break.
Don't have the breaks and the lunch breaks and the afternoon and morning breaks. We might even be able to play it in 1.25 to go to get, because I mean, it's kind of slow. It's slow.
It's a little slow. I always like listening to the stuff a little bit faster to the extent that we can. So, and then I don't like to take the breaks if we don't have to. So we're going to probably start tomorrow at noon Eastern and then carry all the way through. And this afternoon, we will be starting at 4 Eastern, 10 p.m. Swedish time. And do you have redirect set up, Nick?
I have redirect
Cool.
set up. Yeah.
All right. And so we'll see you guys in a few hours. Nick will get a nap. I'll get some food, and we'll see you guys then.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you.